Hallo, da bin ich. Ja, das ist jetzt schon der dritte Stream zu Project Athens Garden ich glaube, nee, es war nicht alles diese Woche, ne, es ist jetzt erst Dienstag. Naja, trotzdem innerhalb einer Woche, weil es ja innerhalb von 7 Tagen trotzdem ist. Jedenfalls fangen wir heute nicht an, sondern machen weiter mit Kapitel 1 von Project Athens Garden. Das bisher letzte Kapitel, aber wird nicht für immer das letzte Kapitel bleiben. Die Musik ist gerade lauter als ich. Ja. Und wir schauen jetzt einfach mal, was wir machen werden. Heute ist Weihnachten, beziehungsweise der 24. Heiligabend, wie auch immer man das nennen will. Ich habe niemanden, mit dem ich Weihnachten feiere. Ihr habt es auch nicht. Wahrscheinlich, also sonst würdet ihr wahrscheinlich das nicht live schauen oder keine Ahnung. Gut, vielleicht schaut es auch im VOD. Ja, deswegen bin ich hier. Warum denn nicht? Nichts passt besser zu Weihnachten als ein Murder Mystery Game. Ja. Ich würde sagen, wir fangen einfach mal an, also fangen jetzt an mit dem Game und machen weiter. Sind in der Hallway stehen geblieben. Wir waren auf dem Weg zu diesem Game Tournament, ne? Wo wir eingeladen worden sind von Kai und das organisiert ist von Cassidy. Ja. Ich erwarte nicht, dass an dem Tag, wo wir jetzt sind, schon eine Body Discovery kommt. Ich glaube, das Kapitel geht noch etwas länger. Aber auch nicht zu lang. Mal schauen. Gehen wir erstmal dahin. Ich hoffe, wir bekommen noch mehr Freetime-Events. Ich stelle mein Mikro etwas weiter weg. Ich bin etwas laut, glaube ich.
Top of the morning to you.
Barge bin, right on time. We've almost finished setting up. The original furniture had been stacked and pushed towards, making room for a totally unexpected scene. Sofas arranged around a massive TV, an impressive-looking DJ pad flashing colorful patterns. And loudspeakers almost everywhere I looked. Wir sind jetzt nur zu 6, ne? Okay. When Jet mentioned equipment, I imagined a handheld console, something tiny that could be worn from the gachapon. Anything but this. Impressed, are you? Did you find the stuff? What do you think, Mark's bro cave? Storm?
It's nothing.
Yeah. The hell did that also include the TV?
Oh!
I think that's cool, you should check out my room, it's got a whole arcade machine. What's an arcade machine to a race car bed? Yet perhaps even more curious than the equipment was her.
Hi.
Here for breakfast, Ava.
Hey, hey!
Already had it. We?
Yep.
Obviously, as tournament hosts. Ava helped the guys and I set everything up. For her contributions, she has been bestowed the title
Check
of
it out!
Honorary Host.
That's...
Really?
Correct.
Looked like they needed an extra pair of hands. So she was interested in the tournament after all. Warum nicht? Wait, what's that in your hands? Achso, ich wollte vielleicht nochmal drüber gehen, was so meine Theorien sind für Kapitel 1. Also das Ding ist, Kapitel 1 hat einen sehr starken Fokus zu Wolfgang. Und der Name des Kapitels ist ja irgendwie Beneath the Veil of Hypocrisy oder sowas in der Art. Deswegen kann es sein, dass er der Killer ist. Wer das Victim ist, ist dann ein bisschen schwieriger. Schauen wir mal Report Cards. Diana hat sehr viel Screentime, deswegen könnte sie es sein. John, I guess, aber ich glaube, er wird vielleicht eher so Kapitel 2 oder 3 sein. Er hier wird wahrscheinlich Kapitel 3 sterben. Er wirkt wie ein Joe-Charakter. Joe-Charakter sterben meist Kapitel 3. Hier bin ich mir unsicher. Es könnte sehr gut sein, dass sie es auch bis zum Ende schafft. Er könnte es actually auch bis zum Ende schaffen. Oder ein bisschen später sterben. Also entweder stirbt er Kapitel 2. Oder halt irgendwie sowas Richtung 4. Und wenn nicht, dann stirbt er gar nicht. Er hat das Gefühl, er könnte Kapitel 2 sterben. Ihn vermute ich, wie gesagt, als Killer von Kapitel 1. Sie könnte ich auch sehen, dass sie stirbt. Also, dass sie halt ein Victim wird in Kapitel 1. Oder halt 2, weil sie bekommt auch sehr viel Screentime. Ja, er wurde accepted als potenzieller Killer. Sehe ich jetzt aber noch nicht in Kapitel 1. Vielleicht wird er es in Kapitel 3. Oder vielleicht wird er auch ein Victim. Mal schauen. Ich meine, das wäre wahrscheinlich der größere Twist. Wenn sie killen würde, finde ich das sehr schockierend, to be honest. Aber ich könnte sie auch so sehen, dass sie entweder survived oder Kapitel 3 stirbt so oder Kapitel 2. Dich könnte ich actually sehen, dass du killst. Ja, wahrscheinlich. Ich glaube, Kapitel 2 killen würde passen. Oder du stirbst in Kapitel 3 als Victim. Ich könnte actually auch als Survivor sehen oder so Kapitel 4 einen Tod. Ich könnte auch in Kapitel 4 als Tote sehen. Hier habe ich die Befürchtung, dass sie überlebt, auch wenn ich sie nicht mag. Und Ava ist schwierig. Also es kann natürlich auch sein, dass sie Ava töten. Kapitel 1, weil Kapitel 1 sterben oft Charakter, die wichtig wirken. Aber I don't know, ich habe das Gefühl, das gäbe ein Development ein bisschen zu... Also es wäre schade, wenn man das Development so off-cutten würde. Also sagen wir mal, ich fände es nicht cool, wenn sie sterben würde. Ich glaube, ich fände es cool, wenn sie vielleicht bis Kapitel 5 überlebt. Ich glaube, Kapitel 5 ist so ein guter Cut-Off-Point. Mal schauen. This? Wanted for my catch up on the pharmacy a couple days ago. It's some niche gaming console, I think.
Eh?
Other consoles besides the one Cassidy has?
Yep.
Sure are. Frog told you about it before using the gachapon. It didn't want to gamble for something which doesn't exist. After a few days, he got fed up and confirmed that multiple consoles were up for grabs.
You see?
Since I wasn't planning to take part in the tournament, I just took it with me. Playing a game on my own is more my style. Würde ich definitiv niemals über mich sagen. So you're not participating? Welcome to the tournament then.
Well,
Well, it's not easy to find other fans of Sublime Slam Sisters. Even though it can be considered a cult classic, lots of people in the gaming sphere would judge you if you say you like it. Ich meine, ja, ich bin auch eher so ein Ultimate-Spieler, aber I don't know, ich habe das Gefühl, so die Melee-Fans sind dann eher wirklich diejenigen, die sagen würden, die dich judgen würden, wenn du sagst, du magst Ultimate, aber I don't know, ich glaube, das ist so eine Wahrnehmung, die man in jeweiligen Bubbles hat, auch wenn ich nicht wirklich in der Smash-Bubble drin bin.
So hackneyed.
Contrarians, a lot of them. I just don't want to admit that quadruple wall kick attack originated from an Indie-Title. Oh, das ist doch Melee, so das ist doch, and the upper Kangaroo Punch, the downward spiral attack, and the slinker special attack, and the 7-time jump roll-up, and the J-kill maneuver rule.
Damon!
Oh, that reminds me. Argent Bin, since you're here, let me explain the rules of the
You
tournament. I said I was going to play.
Really?
Then White Kai, write your name on the whiteboard.
Huh?
Ah, wir spielen gegen Kai. Können wir wirklich spielen? Das wäre richtig cool, wenn wir jetzt einfach Smash spielen können. Ich will Smash spielen. Das wäre funny.
The hell?
Three-way bracket system had been drawn on the board with a marker. My eyes immediately darted to the leftmost bracket where I had been slated to compete against Kai. Sorry. As he said, you had to bring a partner, so... Damn it, so that's why he was bringing me to
Hey.
attend. I can just be a spectator. Cassie and Jetta already matched, and John said he was gonna attend, so I don't want to play against him first. This freaking guy.
Very funny.
And look at me like that. If you pull out now, bad privileges are over.
Ugh.
This wasn't part of our agreement.
I've got something to say.
Hallo, du, Timosinkan. Ja, frohe Weihnachten dir auch. Ich hoffe, du feierst schön oder probably feierst du nicht, weil du hier bist. Aber Dankeschön und hoffe, du hast trotzdem Spaß. Knowing what's at stake, it's better not to argue the technicalities with him. Fine, I'll play. Okay, ich will jetzt wirklich Super Smash Bros. Melee mit denen spielen. Darf ich? As you've never played a fighting game before, I can show you the ropes. Just give me a second to set things up.
Sick and twisted.
We just use housing to coerce you into an unfavorable position? Wonder if Kai lasts out apartments as a side hustle. Kai said something yesterday about not recognizing Cassidy's game, so it will probably take him a while to set up. What should I do while I wait? Talk to everyone? Okay, die Paintings haben wir schon mal alle untersucht, ne? I guess talken wir einfach zu den ganzen Leuten. Jet had wandered over to the stacks of chair. Ui, my quads are aching. The shifting furniture count as a worker, it's sort of, right?
Yeah.
Guess he's just lost in thought.
Where?
Eva was staring intensely at the console in her hands.
Hello?
Having fun there? Can't talk, must finish level.
Hi.
Hey,
Seriously?
I know you can hear me, Ava.
Hey.
Ava? I play obtuse. I can tell you're ignoring me. I am not. Following suit, she immediately turned her attention back to the console. Jesus, girl. The solution, I not so gently tap her hand, putting her gaze upwards. What? Since when are you so passionate about video
Deal
games?
with it.
Ja, leider nicht mit der Familie. Alleine zocken und gucken, was im Twitch-Dschungel so geht. Ja, genau, das mache ich auch. Ich bin ja gerade erst so von meiner Familie weggezogen, letzten Monat. Und ja, verbringe ich halt jetzt mein erstes Weihnachten alleine. Aber es ist, glaube ich, auch ganz angenehm. Also Weihnachten war ja immer stressig und ja. Ist ja auch okay. It's a secret talent of
You
mine.
think?
Secret talent that you don't want to exploit in a gaming competition? Maybe to think of a comeback, Ava simply puffed out her cheeks and stared at me with pout.
Where?
I partake in a conversation, will you leave me alone? This is an eloquent way to get me to shut up.
No.
It's not that.
Eh?
What? Not that I want you to shut up.
Right.
So you do want to have a conversation. That was easier than I expected.
However,
Can't count this as a win. This is simply a coincidence. Coincidence, huh? Just happened to have something important to tell you. Something really, really, really important.
listen to me.
Yeah, it has the power to disrupt the world as we know it.
That's...
Okay.
I'm talking.
You sure you can handle this knowledge? Don't need to give it a proverbial drum roll. Nein. I used to eat lunch in the bathrooms. Is this another one of her attempts at a joke? I'm being serious. Like in the stalls?
Super gross.
My only object of companionship, the only thing keeping me sane from this disgusting toilets, was a portable gaming device. Found it at a thrift store. It made my lunches better. Can't say you like video games, Ava. I don't need a tragic backstory.
Not interested.
That's embarrassing. More embarrassing than lying about being the ultimate liar or eating lunch toilets. Lunch on toilets.
Jeez.
Jeez, I'm just kidding.
Correct.
Yeah, I know. It was kind of funny. I chuckled.
Seriously.
No, you didn't.
It's the truth.
Telepathically, though. Wouldn't chuckle out loud. What kind of powerless fool do you think I am?
Right.
Right, sorry. Maybe she was playing into the theatrics. It was sort of, in some bizarre way, endearing. You never know.
Thanks.
Maybe I changed my mind and play in the tournament later. Pains me to say it, but smiling is a good look on her. Cassidy.
Hey.
You look a little antsy. Afraid you're gonna lose?
Right.
No, it's only a video game.
Yep.
Right. I get the vibe you're putting down. On the surface, aloof and uncaring, but secretly, the thrill of the game's courses through the reins.
Anyway.
Anyway, I have a question for you.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did Ava know what time you were going to set up the tournament?
Okay.
Ava, she asked me about it after breakfast yesterday. I see.
Jeez.
Surprised she's so involved. Is it really that surprising? Hey, she wants to help out cause she no longer has to play pretend, you know?
Yep.
That or she's just a big nerd. Play pretend? The title of Ultimate Liar was itself a lie. And the coldness which accompanied it, could Cassidy be implying that was also a lie? Bin auch nicht unbedingt die Person, die viel Rummel um sich haben mag, ja, bin ich auch nicht wirklich. Also was sind deine 3 Lieblingsspiele? Meine 3 Lieblingsspiele sind, glaube ich, Zero Escape 1 und 2 und Eye the Somnium Files. Nee, aber an sich kann ich gut mit Menschen für so eine kurze Zeit, aber dann ist meine soziale Batterie auch aufgebraucht und ich brauche halt Momente für mich wieder. Sowas wie Streamen ist okay, aber das kann ich auch nicht zu lange machen. Ja, dass man alle 3 Games nicht kennt, das ist klar. Die haben auch keinen deutschen Release bekommen, deswegen. Ja, das ist zu erwarten. Ja, aber ich habe halt eine begrenzte soziale Batterie, die muss ich mal ein bisschen auftanken. Okay, ich habe von all den Games schon gehört. League of Legends habe ich mal gespielt, aber ne, das ist halt League of Legends. Ich glaube, man kennt die klassischen Probleme damit. Naja. Seit 2012. 2012 war ich 8 Jahre alt. Das ist krass. Mark was leaned over his equipment, fiddling with the various controls.
That's...
All the stuff is turned on, yeah? Shouldn't music be playing? The volume is turned down on purpose. Just make sure everything works.
Seriously.
Hallo MKS 1337. Schön, dass du da bist. Es gibt schon Sachen, die einen abtören, aber an sich habe ich nie den Spaß verloren. Vor allem wegen Charms. Okay. 2012 war ich schon fast Geselle. Heißt das Azubi? Azubi war das doch, oder? Oder so Lehrling quasi, oder? Ich glaube, das ist so ein Ausbildungsbegriff im Handwerk, oder? Lang with me from under his beanie, Mark reached for a sound dial and rotated it. And cue the speakers on either side of us began playing music. Muttering something to himself, the boy returned to fiddling with the controls. Also Geselle bist du, wenn du deine Ausbildung abgeschlossen hast. Okay. Okay. Ist das ein Remix von Danganronpa Ultra des Beargirls? Sehe ich im Spinnnetz da oben. Naja, entferne ich später. Seemed this conversation was over. Okay, jetzt habe ich mit allen geredet. Was muss ich jetzt machen? Whiteboard. Ja, das ist ein Ultra des Bergels Remix. There were some names on here that I hadn't paid attention to the first time. John's name was written down, but he hadn't been paired with anyone.
Over here.
Damon, over here! Kay waved me over to his spot in front of the TV, which now displayed a colorful level select screen. Come on, everything's set up. Help me a second controller and patted the floor next to him. Bis gleich. Do you know how to use a controller?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I last touched one, but I get the hang of it. Surprising, I was getting the vibe you were like the bookish type, that kind of refused to even touch a screen. But hey, it's good you've used a controller before. That's better than nothing.
Ugh.
Sure. What's with that glare? I'm not judging.
Anyway.
Can you just show me how to play?
Hey.
Oh, right, the game. Okay, so after I started up, I played a few rounds to get a feel for the controls. Combos in this game get pretty complicated, which might not sound great, but the basic control mapping is actually really simple. I spent the next few minutes giving me a rundown of the game's controls. They picked up faster than I expected, but still rougher than I would have liked. Ich hatte das Gefühl, das ist nicht nur ein Ultra des Bergholz Remix, sondern halt auch irgendwie so ein Mix mit diesen einen Youth and the Die Song. Beziehungsweise bei Youth and the Die, ja, das wirkt ein bisschen wie ein Youth and the Die Song. Das ist auf jeden Fall cool, dass das Remix wird. Das klingt nice. Once he was done, he began the practice rounds, and we kept at them until the final tournament and tennies arrived.
Oh, we feel it.
But yeah, look at that. Early morning merrymaking, just how I like it.
Ugh.
It's so loud in here. Can somebody turn down the music?
Not a chance.
Now, guys, if those ears aren't ringing like fire alarm, can you even call it a party?
Soybean.
No, you call it a tinnitus. Speaking of music...
Hey.
Hey Mark, do you use a stage name or something? Songs are really catchy. I don't know if it's the vibe or what, but they remind me of this guy called... Did I say something wrong? Ja, ich glaube, Künstler mögen es oft nicht verglichen zu werden. Oh, you also just reminded me. Before we start, Mark wants me to pass on a message to you guys. That be? This is what he said to me. Much as I don't want to be here, I have agreed to provide the service under two conditions. One, I maintain full say over what music I play. Two, no one can discuss my songs or my musical abilities in any way, shape or form.
But...
I was just complimenting him. Yes, that includes compliments.
Hell no!
Seriously?
Seriously.
How does it make any sense?
Nope.
Can't argue about the logic later. For now, just go along with it.
Come on.
Who cares about all that? Let's quit the small talk and start already.
Roger that.
Ich habe aber schon seine Music commentated. Ich habe ihn sad gemacht. Mann. Eager and raring to go. That's what I'm talking about. Think about yourself. I'm only here because that ship captain wouldn't leave me alone. It's odd. From what I remember, it was the other way around.
Shut it.
Whatever.
Jeez, 5 seconds in and they are already off on the wrong foot. Right, since John and Grace are together, Cassidy walked over to the whiteboard and scribbled Grace's name next to John's. A match with him?
Duh.
There's a reason I want an even number of people. Let me explain the ground rules. They are simple. Each match is gonna be the best out of 3. Take a look at the spot to see who you're gonna be up against. Yep, first, Damon, remember what I taught you. May the best man win.
That's pretty cool.
Good luck, Damon.
Yep.
Feel it as well, don't you? A tightness in your chest that just wants to burst out. We're on the verge of a battle, a clash for glory, honor, and success and bragging rights.
Right.
It's the long-awaited ultra-exclusive Slam Sisters tournament. Jeez, I wonder who wins. Oh, it's actually a cutest build. Before the tournament began. Ich mag das Bild.
Bro, Kai, you're a natural.
Whoa, Damon, watch out!
I can't focus if you're yelling in my ear.
Now this Feels like home.
Ich mag das, dass sie so einen Bonding-Moment
You
haben.
play video games?
Not so much me, but my men. Ha! During break, they'll flock like seagulls to my ship's arcade.
A personal arcade? On a ship? Man, I'm jealous.
Despite the overwhelming mix of voice and music, my attention remained concentrated on the screen. I can time this next attack right. Just when I thought I was advancing okay, he'd caught me in a trap.
Ah, too slow!
Tandem with my slip up. The music took a more frantic tone. Damn it, there's only one move which could save me now. Taking a deep breath, I steadied my grip on the controller and pushed both joysticks as hard as I could. Stromausfall? A sudden the world around me turned pitch black. What? Is everything black? Okay, fuck. Ich glaube, irgendjemand ist jetzt tot. Das wirkt nicht gut. What's happening? Guys, can you hear me? What? Who stepped on my foot? Panic clamor of the people around me snapped me out of my stupor. Is this a... are we in a blackout? Blackout right now? Don't we usually just wait for the power to return? Was there something else before that crap? Miss had a whole protocol for this. If we knew what to do in a normal blackout, it wouldn't help here. Inside this abnormal building where everything was sealed off, we are basically blind. Should we look for the others? We're gonna do that? I can't see the 3 inches in front of me. Can't we just wait for someone to find us instead? It's good that somebody look for the torch already and... In a sec, I got an idea. Huh? I could even register what it was, he said. Light appeared in front of me. Ah ja, die Uhren. Covering their casting a very faint glow. Hologram from the trinket. Immediately the rest of us activated our own trinklets. With all the trinkets activated, we could finally see each other in the dark.
Yo!
Great idea, John.
Let's rock and roll!
Right on, you're a lifesaver.
Ha!
Captain needs to keep a steady mind during inclement weather.
But
It's great we have a light source in order, but why isn't the power returned yet? I think the goat guy would have done something by now.
That...
You know what? Let me check something.
uh,
Went over to the corner of the room where knelt beside the vent. In my ear to the grates, I listened for a certain noise.
I see.
Humming. It stopped. Sagst du nur am PC oder hast du auch Konsolen? Ich habe auch eine Switch. Ja, aber hauptsächlich am PC eigentlich. Die Switch nutze ich eigentlich fast gar nicht mehr. Eva, quick, come here and take a listen.
Hello.
I'm here.
Am I hearing you right?
Why do you need Ava? Remember when I said I woke up on an underground floor? Dining hall people, you were in this building before. Tell us what's going on. Yeah, why didn't you mention this other girl? Hell, I never even saw her. You were there too, Bargenben? Don't even... Ist sie auf der Switch die Performance so schlecht oder sind die Games zu teuer? Hauptsächlich sind einfach nicht die Games, die ich spielen will. Und ich muss jedes Mal mein PC umstecken, weil ich halt das mit meinem Monitor verbinden muss. Ist auch ein bisschen nervig. Ja.
Focus.
Eva was with me. The two of us woke in the boiler room, which also happens to be on the other side of this vent. The room had a huge generator. If you pressed your ear up to this... You press your ear up to this vent like I just did, there's no way you wouldn't hear it. For some reason there's
I
nothing.
see.
See the problem. If there's no sound, the generator must be turned off. Weil Power Outage happened?
hell no!
So, jetzt kaputt. Warum sprichst du Deutsch auf einmal? How are you gonna get the power back now?
Well,
There's one thing we could try.
you see,
Apart from the boiler room, the underground floor also has 4 storage closets. Remember one of them containing something that looked a lot like a generator?
Elementary, my dear.
Yeah, a spare generator in case the first one breaks.
thinking.
We somehow turn it on, we might get the power back. To get down in the dark, shall we just wait for Toze to turn the power back on?
No.
No, I have a bad feeling about this. I think we should turn on the power as soon as possible instead of waiting for Toze to do it. And what if we get lost in the dark?
Take a breather.
Just form a daisy chain for arms, there's no way we will lose each other then, eh?
Ooh.
Oh, Oh, smart. Since Stephen and Ava have been down there before, they can lead. Okay. Außerdem haben wir ein bisschen Licht. 8 of us linked arms and formed a chain. Once everyone was ready, we made our way out of the dining hall and down to the underground floor. Ich sehe andere Menschen. Near pitch blackness, the hallway looked so much larger and longer than I remembered. Exploring the place with light had been unnerving enough, but this made all that seem like a walk in a park. It's so creepy down here. There's 4 rooms, right? Who's checking what again?
Where?
Ich werde Bild kurz zwischenspeichern. Well, since this is a group of 8, we could explore in pairs. Pairs again?
This sucks.
Okay, if that's really what we are doing. He shot me a nervous glance and I knew then and there he had made his decision. Fine.
Yep.
Dad's gonna come with me. But Dombrowski won't have...
Duh.
Can come to John. Them swashbuckler types love a good challenge, don't they? You know me well. How about it, Mark? Up for a little
Just
adventure?
ignore me.
Just make it quick.
I see.
So I'm stuck with the math lead, am I? Maybe find a generator that can use the weird talent for once. Check out the closet on the right down there and get this over with.
Stupid.
Pair work and math competition have literally 0 overlap.
Just follow me.
Come on, Jet, let's investigate the closet opposite theirs.
Oh boy.
Sure, sounds
I
slick.
see.
Seems the closet and the back are
Are we
covered.
ready?
For the 2 in front, Mark and I will take the left. Dayon and Kai, you enter the right. This place sucks, man. Why do we have to be fixing stuff? It looks like a murderer's basement down here. Doesn't seem like Kai had any intention of entering first. Whatever, I'll open the door. Okay. Keine Leiche. Right, let's search this place. And I gave the closet a quick rundown. Something as large as a generator would have stood out, even in the dark, but we couldn't find anything of the sort.
Man.
And unlucky, all the work for nothing. What's the plan now? Do we just, like, go back outside? To see what Grace and Ava are doing next door. Okay. As Kai shoved up behind me, I turned to grasp the handle of the door and...
Huh?
Frantic footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Did someone just run past this room? It sounded a lot like it. Did another group make a discovery? Why on past us though? Didn't sit right with me. I need to see what's going on. There's no one here. Are the others still searching the closets? If they found something, I don't know why they would run off without telling us first.
No.
It was one of them. We should have heard the door opening. Yeah. Maybe we could peek inside one of the closets? Just to make sure, you know? Hello, Damon? Couldn't focus on anything he was saying. My attention was concentrated entirely on that place. Those footsteps sounded like they came from the boiler room. Oh, hold on, I don't... Hey, what are you doing? His words were barely comprehensible. I couldn't hear anything, I couldn't even think. All my brain could register was a tightening in my chest. Suddenly my legs began moving forward. It's like a body was possessed under control of something completely ambivalent to reason. My heart, that was puppeting my every move. Brought me to the door, taught my hand to turn the knob. Then I was inside.
Dude, no!
Dude, you're seriously freaking me out. This isn't okay, you know? Why did you come here? Come on, say something already. Couldn't make out anything in the dark. The room seemed completely still and completely silent. Just like it had been the previous time I was here. Except unlike last time, silence wasn't the peaceful silence of a long abandoned place. Rather, it felt like the entire world was holding its breath. Damn it, why can't you just say something? Can't somebody just...
Game over, man! Game over!
Can't someone just fix this blackout? Jetzt wird's gefixt, cool. Und jetzt sehen wir wahrscheinlich eine Leiche. A sudden light appeared, a single ray of light in the back of the room projected by a vent on the wall. It's too dim to completely snuff out the darkness, but it was still enough for me to see what was laying at my feet. Him? Him? Von allen Personen hätte ich von ihm am wenigsten gedacht, dass er stirbt. Das ist krass. Okay. Das ist krass. Ich dachte halt, er würde der Killer sein von diesem Kapitel. Dass er stirbt, ist krass, wirklich. Kapitel is still completely silent. Yet McLawyer unmistakably dead. Kai scream rang loud and clear in my eyes. Could hear everything, all the fear and anxiety from the past 5 days joined in a chorus of terror. I knew it. I was yelling too. No, I can't look at it. My arms, my legs, there was no weight in them anymore. Only pins and needles pricking every inch of my skin. What do I do? What am I supposed to do?
A body has been discovered. All students must proceed to the boiler room on the underground floor immediately. Time will be allotted for all participants to investigate the murder. And afterwards, the real class trial will begin. Good luck, everybody!
The real class trial?
Oh, shit!
This can't be for real. There's no way. There's no way! A wail, Kai booked it out of the room. I knew it was inevitable. He knew he'd chosen this path when we started denying the reality of the killing game. But seeing Wolfgang displayed the way he was, his face contorted into a look of terror, made everyone's naivety all the more worse. What did this mean for this blackmail? Like father, like son, beneath a sheep's skin hides a wolfish mind. I never know what that blackmail meant. Maybe if I just bit the bullet and confronted Wolfgang about it. Damon! Are you okay? I heard the announcement and... Is that Wolfgang? Kai was right? Tournament attendees burst through the door, tailed by a stumbling Kai. I really didn't want to believe it.
Yeah!
Really could I lie? We 100% sure he's dead? Don't see any wounds, maybe he's still breathing. Er wurde getasert. Im Wasser. Wahrscheinlich.
Good morning.
Oh no, he's very much dead.
Son of a bitch!
You... This gotta be an accident, right?
Why the long face?
Do you ask? Well, the death was intentional. It could be treated like manslaughter or something. And not need a trial.
Rubbish.
Intentional or not, the killer's hands are still dirty with blood, no? As far as I'm concerned, murder is murder. Be it third-degree murder, manslaughter, anything in between. Besides, if Wolfgang's death was indeed an accident and the killer bore no ill intent, I find it rather strange they haven't come forward and confessed.
Damn it!
And Tess! Tess who did this.
Me?
Me, tell you the killer. Just to find a mystery you already know the answer to. I'll keep my lips sealed. Thank you very much.
Hold on.
So, Tess definitely a killer.
Moving on.
Downstairs already? Aren't you a quick for the bunch?
This is
Holy shit.
nonsense!
cacophony of waits filled my ears, hating the arrival of the remaining students. It was almost instantaneous how quickly the color drained from everyone's faces. They had entered the room completely bright red, having clearly made a desperate sprint to the boiler room. Now they looked as lifeless as the man laying in front of them. What happened here? Damon and me, we just found him like this. It's a sight to behold, I'm sure. Another classmate who was once so lively, now splayed dead in front of you.
Well done.
I think I didn't even have to lift a finger after the blackmail. What are the odds? How could you?
Me?
How could I? You tickle me, Eloise. You must remember, this is a kidding game between students. As Stuart said, otherwise, a student can only be murdered by another student.
Blood is rushing.
And the truth is that one of you killed Wolfgang. One of you killed Wolfgang. That's right, a person we've been living with, who I've spoken to before. The person is in this room right now, staring at their own crime scene. So we are going to completely disregard the fact you showed each of us another person's blackmail. I was simply pushing you all in the right direction. Do not take it personally. But Wolfgang, he was so nice to everyone. Why would someone do this? Well, if it is any consolation, I have a gift prepared. Gift?
Plot twist.
Behold, the Tozer tablet. Second Tozer tablet, to be more precise. You're even naming the tablet after yourself. It's always been called this, you just didn't know until
Moving
now.
on.
Anyway, I trust you all. Remember how this tablet operates, yes? If not, allow me to briefly run you through it again. This tablet contains a summary of the crime scene. Certain special details, like the victim's time of death, have been also thoughtfully provided for you. Go on, take a look. The victim was Wolfgang Akira, the ultimate lawyer. He was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He's kneeling in the water, and his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Estimated time of death is approximately 9:35 AM.
No.
This is different from the first tablet we got. Now, I'm quite confident you're holding the same brand of tablet. Look, the shape and size are identical.
That's...
Why is there information missing from this tablet? Cause of death. When we investigated Dummy's murder, the tablet explicitly said she died from blood loss. This tablet doesn't list Wolfgang's cause of death anywhere.
Rubbish.
Crossing, otherwise would make things too easy.
No.
Come again? See, the tablet's information has been divulged in such a way that both the killer and the spotless have equal chance of success. What does that mean?
Moving on.
Nope, that's all you're getting from me. Tally-ho.
No.
Hey, wait! Damn it, he's already out of here. How nimble was this guy?
Why?
Make what too easy? Solving Wolfgang's death?
This looks bad.
No way, is he saying the cause of death is part of the mystery? Fuck this, who cares? I'm not investigating shit. Keep me out of this.
Don't look at me.
I don't want to be here. I don't want to keep looking at him.
No, just...
You have to be insane to think I'm touching a dead body. Number one, multiple students made their way to the door. It was then that she finally spoke. Stop! As she didn't yell, there was an overwhelming intensity to her voice. The same kind that caught everyone's attention back in the trial room. Immediately, the runaways froze.
Yeah!
What do you want? You remember the rules, don't you? If we don't solve Wolfgang's murder and uncover the killer,
Can't you see?
then we are going to die. Feelings don't matter in this kiddie game. They never did. All that matters right now is finding the truth.
Don't test me.
Rage coming from you.
News.
Maybe it is, but that doesn't mean she's wrong. If we accuse an innocent person, everyone except the killer will be executed. That's what Tozer said, and that's what was reiterated by your
It
watchers.
is how it is.
Whether we like it or not, those are the rules. It's the difference between life or death. There's nothing much else we can do. But I don't want to. I don't want to look at him. Investigating a crime scene doesn't mean investigating just the body. It's standard procedure in homicide investigation to try and pinpoint the victim's movement before their death.
Thinking.
They've been searching places they've gone to, people they've spoken to. Wolfgang's case, the storm room might be an area of interest.
Yeah,
Since the domes don't have locks, there's nothing stopping anyone from entering. You put it like that? Hey, Broski, wanna explore the dome? Yeah, sure. You guys are going, then I come with. Yeah, same with me. Where Ava spoke with such precision and such calmness. Same way she spoke when we discovered the dummy.
Hold your horses.
Hold on, Ulysses. Won't be going anywhere. What?
Aye.
That notebook you're carrying, whatever evidence we find down here, I want you recalling it. What about us? We might discover something huge upstairs. The area with the body deserves most attention. Once we've exhausted our options here, then we'll head up there.
Moving on.
Obviously, I remain here. You should too, Damon. Right. My mind was still reeling from the shock of discovering the body, and the lump in my throat still won't go away. But Wolfgang really was dead, and I had to find out why.
I don't understand.
It's just so hard to believe. Could one of her friends really be a murderer? Friends. She said it like that blind optimism isn't what the killer most likely exploited. Well, how can you suspect anyone if you trust everyone? Is an environment perfect for deceit? An environment perfect for murder? And worst of all, environment we've created. Let me do what I did last time and look back over the tablet first. The victim is Wolfgang Akire, the ultimate lawyer. He was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He's kneeling in the water and his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Estimated time of death is approximately 9:35 AM. It still pisses me off seeing everyone except the cause of death listed. Especially when I knew the reason why. This is definitely compensating for the killer, probably because they failed to hide their own tracks. And withdrawing information might be his way of balancing the odds. Bullshit rules. Who's to say they won't be abused? Regardless, Wolfgang's cause of death should be treated as the crux of this mystery. I can't figure out how he died, and everything else should fall into place. As poor Wolfgang, the guiding light to the Oddman students snuffed out in an instant. No use crying about it though, there's a mystery to be solved. Into investigation, important evidence won't always be visible on first glance. Should you ever find yourself stuck, press F3 to view the game's controls. Okay. Ich glaube, wir sollten erstmal mit allen reden.
Hello?
Winona, you're still here?
Seriously?
Is there a problem with that? Perhaps she need to reframe everything I say in the worst light. Preparing to hold a one-on-one session with Ulysses. I was consulting him about something important before we were interrupted by the announcement. Is that what you were doing before the blackout? Repeat that.
It's simple.
Blackout. Were you still with Ulysses when it happened?
Come on.
You're not speaking any sense. There was no power outage. She can't be serious. Blackout affected the entire building unless...
Anyways.
New face. Ah, sie könnte auch einfach nicht im Building gewesen sein. Where were you when the murder happened?
Sheesh.
Where were you? Cassidy's game tournament in the dining
Oh,
hall.
really?
Really? Not what I expected.
Let me see.
Liz and I spent the morning by the large tree. We stayed there up and including the time of Wolfgang's murder. It sounded like she had an alibi then. So the location she mentioned, I assumed this entire building complex connected to the one generator. It made more sense for the tree area to have its own separate system. Hence why it didn't lose power. Without the courtyard though, was anyone there at the time of the blackout? Aren't you going to investigate Wolfgang? Me?
Yeah.
Who else? Back when we mistook the dummy for a body, you poked it pretty nonchalantly.
Hang on.
That's different, I never thought it was
I
real. I see. Now that we are finally advancing the investigation, her cool composure had all but vanished. Typical, I guess. She can only keep up an act for so long.
Terrible.
The generator over there is partially submerged in the water. I think we would be wise to stay on this platform. Is he worried about the water being electrified? Eva and I managed to stand in it way back when. I don't see why now would be any different. And again, the generator wasn't damaged last time.
Damn.
Yeah, since Wolfgang's stealing in the water, we should avoid touching him.
No.
Don't know for sure if the water's unsafe.
Listen to me.
Before you start making conclusions, you should experiment first. Think that ever walked over to a pile of box and pulled at a light bulb. Now I see what you're doing. Sure enough, I went straight to the edge of the platform and put a light bulb into the water.
Look.
See, it's not lighting up. That means the water is safe.
Well,
I see. And I suppose it's safe to inspect Wolfgang.
Okay.
Are you going to? I think I will observe from afar instead. It wasn't time to be listening to your nerves.
Aye.
Take a whiff of air. Ain't there something off about it? I followed his instruction and sniffed the air.
That...
It smells like burnt rubber.
That ain't it.
Because of the busted generator, yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. There's another scent, a real bitter one. Could actually be onto something. Sounds like cereal and rubbing alcohol.
Bad news.
Indeed, I'm suspecting a mighty chemical reaction at work. I've had my fair share of travels across the sea and I'm no stranger to foul play. Guess no stench worse than one of a disastrous
It
combustion.
is how it is.
Thing is, I got no idea where it's coming from. Really? The smell is supposedly dead of a chemical reaction? Else could it be coming from besides the busted generator? Unless John's conclusion about the smell is wrong. Wouldn't put it past him. Okay. Er hat sich neu positioniert, können wir nochmal mit ihm reden?
Hi.
Wait, you move over here.
The struggle.
It is highly important we investigate anything and everything we can. That's why I moved over here to investigate. More like you didn't want to be near Wolfgang's body. And what was the first for the investigation? Something other than fear appeared on Ulysses' faces. It was curiosity.
Eh?
What is it? At the floor in front of the door.
That...
Yes.
Seriously?
It's just a small piece of scrap metal.
Do you think?
Even so, it's still part of the crime scene. It necessitates
That's not
documentation.
important.
Seriously, it's nothing. This one means nothing. It means something. Das könnte Strom leiten. Could have come from the generator or the pipes above us. Ingrid could have been carrying it for all we know. This guy, there's so much here he could actually document, and instead he's working on some flimsy piece of metal. What more reason to rely on myself? Natürlich ist es wichtig. There's blood speckled across the floor. I didn't notice it at first due to the room's restricted lighting. Now, after my eyes had time to adjust, it couldn't be more
I
obvious.
see.
It's like it passes into the hallway too. You missed these during the blackout. Speaking of, with the body discovery announcement, everyone barged into the boiler room through this door. Yet these blood spots don't look smudged. I'm guessing they were already dry by the time any of us got here, in which case, could this be Wolfgangs blood? Das wissen wir nicht. Taser? A taser gun? Pretty random thing to be lying around a crime scene. Definitely wasn't in the boiler room prior to the murder either. Did it mean this taser gun was involved in the murder? Close inspection, nothing about the gun looked particularly strange. Had it even been used, I'm pretty sure taser guns dispense some kind of wire when fired. Was könnte dann dieses Wire gewesen sein, was wir gefunden haben? Naja. They were the same shade of yellow as the taser gun. Had these originally been attached to it? Can't tell where they would fit on a gun though. Never mind. It's point in making guesses when I can just get him to confirm. Or someone who's a pro at reading guns should know better than anyone else. Half the generator's internal had melted away, and what still remained was completely blind. Yeah, this was definitely the cause of the power outage. What could have melted the wires though? It looked like a bomb had gone off in there.
That...
How did I think about it during the game tournament? Take a deep breath, I steadied my grip on the controller, pushed both strokes as fast as I could. Ja stimmt, da war eine Explosion. There had been a loud boom right before the blackout happened, similar to a firework going off or someone firing a gun.
That's...
Did I hear the sound of the generator being destroyed? Nothing else near the dining hall could have made the kind of noise, I don't think. My assumption is correct, the generator would have been destroyed around the same time the murder was committed. That's suspicious as hell, there's no way the two events aren't connected. I'm also working purely off my memory of the boom. To be absolutely sure, I need to know when exactly the blackout occurred. Is there any way for me to find that out? Knife? Knife? Where's the knife floating in the water? The blade and in surrounding water I could make something out. The unmistakable color of blood. There's no doubt about it. This knife must have something to do with the murder. Why the knife was here, not actually on a platform, I had no idea. Body. Inspect the rest of the scene first, before I go near his body. Habe ich nicht schon den Rest inspected? Oh, da ist noch was dahinter. Chunks of something red were floating nearby the generator. They almost look like metal or maybe plastic. Were these originally part of the generator? The colors and material don't seem to match though. Jetzt. Ich höre nicht alles. Okay. Ah, Kabel. Cord. Eh? There's a cord in the water. Judging by the length, I think it's an extension cord. But what the hell happened to the other end of it? It was known to unplug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Had the cord been burned? Didn't see the cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someplace else. One of the storage rooms, maybe. It wasn't always in this condition, that's for sure. All the items we've been provided so far, light bulbs, speakers, a fridge, they work perfectly well. So what happened to this cord, and why was it even in the water? It appears like I've given the boiler room a good rundown, which means... Just yesterday Wolfgang was talking with us, eating breakfast with us. Now he's dead. I had to resolve to commit such a needlessly brutal murder. Go so far as to mangle his body. Couldn't unpack it, and he didn't know how to. It wasn't just some dummy I had to investigate, this was a real person. It was so far out of my expertise, let alone my comfort zone. Do you want to expect him? Holy crap, did she really have to scare me like that? Yeah, I do want to inspect him. Just the idea of getting close to him. Investigate with you, it will be easier for both of us that way. Right?
Right.
Wolfgang laid completely still, his face frozen in a look of horror. His once bright eyes were shrouded in darkness, and his mouth was open as if he'd been killed mid-scream. His expression said it all. Wolfgang did everything in his power to make us outcasts, and make the worst of us. At times I even hated him for it. But this brought no relief to either of us. Wolfgang, what happened in those final moments that left him so terrified? Was it the realization he was about to die? Mulling over the what-ifs won't bring me any closer to solving Wolfgang's murder. Right now my focus should be to find evidence. That begins by investigating his body. The way Wolfgang was slumped over the platform, it almost looked like he had fallen on top of it.
Focus.
Let me see if his palms are scratched. As I knelt down to take a closer look. Trickling out from under the cuff of Wolfgang's sleeve and onto the rest of his hand. Strange injury looked a lot like a tree sapling. Is this a burn mark? I looked at Wolfgang's other hand. I saw the same thing. Markings that seemed to extend down his arms. Ava, look at this.
Hello.
Let me see. Yeah, burn marks. It's really horrible. Look like gross little veins. What inflicted them? The taser a little ways away from him, from where we are standing, but I couldn't find anything to indicate it's been fired. So the only other thing I could pick up is the generator.
Is that really true?
Wait, a
I
generator.
know.
The thing has clearly been destroyed by something. Maybe Wolfgang got caught in that something and that's how he died.
Not sure.
I'm not sure. Generator seems too far away from where Wolfgang is lying to cause burns like these.
Look at this.
Plus, the room's water isn't conductive, so electricity couldn't have traveled through it.
Right.
You're right, anything able to melt the generator's wires would have burned his suit to a crisp too. Exactly.
Thinking.
I think Wolfgang received these burns outside the boiler room. There's just nothing here that could leave these markings. For the actual place he got burned, guess we have to try and find it ourselves. That is, if such a place even exists. It's possible the generator may not have been involved in the murder. Seemed unlikely that Wolfgang made a detour for the boiler room after being severely burned. Door burns like his would definitely paralyze someone. So Wolfgang's palms, they didn't have any markings on them. Well, he must have fallen somehow. Why else would he be lying on the platform? There didn't seem to be any strange markings on Wolfgang's face. However, along the back of his neck was a massive bruise. It looks like a really bad injury. Almost his entire neck is discolored. Wait, how did he get on the back of his neck? Nothing around us seems to have left it. This might sound morbid, but what if it's a sign of his body decomposing?
That's...
Body really decompose this fast? Could, or it could not. Probably depends on the environment. And the temperature? Correct. Cold places are generally better at preserving things than warm, humid areas like this boiler room.
Thinking.
Kind of like dairy products, that's a good comparison. The tone deaf one, but sure. Wolfgang didn't have the bruise yesterday, at the very least. If he did, it would have been super noticeable.
fair.
Yeah, true. Turning my attention back to Wolfgang, I caught something else on his body. A mark on his neck, but not directly overlapping it. Ah, hier, wurde injected mit etwas. Is that a beauty mark? Doesn't look like it. Skin around the dot seems to be inflamed. It reminds me of a popped pimple. Sort of wound you would easily inflict on yourself.
So.
Then you don't think this related to the murder? Might not be,
There
but
must be
judging by lack of scabbing, this was afflicted pretty recently, so I keep it in mind. Ja, das ist definitiv eine Spritze. Wolfgang's blazer. Wolfgang's suit was completely crumbled, a far cry from his once clean appearance. Water had seeped into the pants, completely ruining the fabric. As I leaned in close, I spotted a folded piece of paper sticking from his back pocket. Though it was soaked, it wasn't completely destroyed. Really don't want to touch him, but I found by my index finger I snatched the paper out of his pocket and taken care not to brush my hand against his body. I gingerly opened the paper, aware that some of the redder spots could fall apart immediately. Found a message written inside. It's some very ugly handwriting. Do you recognize it?
No.
Half the text unreadable. Whoever wrote this probably used a low quality pen. Although, one of the page fragments of a message were still visible. Secret, 8:15 AM, boiler room, close the door. Doesn't this read a lot like a command? It seems like someone wanted to arrange a private meeting with me
I
here.
see.
Could that someone be the
Not
corporate?
sure.
50 AM, that's a long time before the time of death though. Maybe there was a struggle, maybe Wolfgang arrived
There
late.
must be something.
However, wait, this message is definitely a valuable clue. So, all the insight into Wolfgang's movements before his death.
Well,
Now I really want to know where everyone was at that time. I woke up at 8:30 this morning, so I was asleep when this meeting was scheduled to happen. It's only 35 minutes before the tournament. Cassidy, Jet, Mark, and I have already been in the dining hall.
Right.
Right, setting up the equipment.
That's...
So the other students directly asking them where they were at 8:50 might be risky.
where?
Cause they would wonder how we got the time from. Exactly, and I would prefer to keep this note between the two of us. At least for now.
Anyways.
Anyway, this thing about the secret, what do you think that means?
Gah.
I'm not really sure, it could be referring to anything. Anything, huh? You know what it means?
I know.
I have an idea. The author of this letter might be talking about Wolfgang's blackmail. Huh? They claim to have it, they could have baited him here without much issue. After all, Wolfgang's asked to meet with the person whose blackmail he had.
Strange.
The relict boiler room is a pretty ominous place to meet someone, though. It have been Wolfgang's first time here, too, assuming he didn't explore this floor
What
beforehand.
could it be?
Or he didn't see the super obvious danger in meeting here alone. Or he did realize and just didn't care.
Right.
Right, does that change anything about what I said? Duh. Wolfgang knew that warning signals, his reason for coming might have less to do with
You
integrity
see?
and more to do with desperation. Desperation? No, the details of his
I
blackmail
see.
would stand to reason. If only Wolfgang had hidden this note somewhere safe instead of bringing it here, it would have been valuable evidence. I doubt he could have envisioned something like this happening. He was never really on his guard during this kidding game except around you and me, I guess. War's das? Sieht so aus, als war's das. Okay, es war's also nicht. Ach, Badi gibt's auch noch. Now to think about it, the place where Wolfgang Lake was odd. What were the chances he would end up here, between the only opening of the fence, the one spot where he could near over like this? Was it possible he'd been trying to climb onto the platform before he died? Strange why he didn't use the stairs though, and even stranger that he was even in the water. Seemed to be everything I could gather.
Hello.
Hey Damon. We've inspected the boiler room. We should find the students who left and ask them for their testimonies. They went upstairs to investigate Wolfgang's dorm, right? Yes, because of what I said earlier. During his last known whereabouts are the best parts to search for clues.
Okay.
Right, let's see what they've been up to. But from collecting testimonies, there were two other matters on my mind. One, getting Desmond to inspect the taser gun, and two, pinpointing exactly when the blackout occurred, in case it happened at the time of the murder. I walked over to the boiler room door, which had been left slightly ajar. As I began to pull it the rest of the way open.
Eh?
I noticed it. Doorknob, something about it looked different.
I...
Hey, Ava? The doorknob, I think it's been flipped.
Uh,
Flipped? Are you sure? Take a look for yourself. So when we look up here, I'm pretty sure this lock was on the side, not the outside.
is that really true?
Someone be able to flip a doorknob though.
That's...
And screwing it probably. Okay. I did just say something earlier.
Huh?
What do you mean? This is the first time I've noticed.
Is that really true?
Really, you didn't notice it back when you entered the boiler room with Kai? No, not even then. Ja, weil es ja dunkel war. Might have been because of the darkness of my own nerves. Back then I wasn't paying attention to small details like the doorknob. All I wanted to was to enter the boiler room.
Anyways.
I know that makes me sound stupid.
Listen to me.
It's okay. I mean, I probably would have noticed the doorknob had I been there, but that's beside the point. Alright. Anyway, this discovery paints an interesting picture. Since the lock was not accessible from the hallway, I technically locked the boiler room shut without ever stepping foot in it. Meaning that if you want to lock someone inside the boiler room, all you have to do is lure them in and close the door behind them. Okay.
Moving on.
Come on, we need to collect people's testimonies before the investigation ends. Alright, let's go. As a million questions were added away in my mind, I followed Ava out of the boiler room. Actually, Ava, before we go upstairs, it's probably worth checking out the storage closets first. Why?
I know.
Found something in the boiler room that might be related to them. That extension cord, you should confirm if it did indeed come from a storage closet. Okay.
However,
But first I want to talk to
Come
Cassidy.
again.
I want to talk to her. Yes, I want to talk to her. Is that bad? Does it help? A much help last investigation.
well,
Any help is better than no help.
Fair.
Alright, I talk to Cassidy first and then I investigate storage closets on this floor. Ich würde noch einmal kurz zwischenspeichern. Dann machen wir weiter. Cassidy was pacing out the hallway with a finger on her chin, seemingly doing nothing.
Yo!
Oh, hey guys. Sorry for not noticing you sooner. I was performing a super sweep down on this here hallway. It's a lot of words for wandering around aimlessly.
Listen to me.
Can you put your sweep down on hold? I have a really important question. Let's hear it. Just not drag it on too long, okay? Gotta finish my sweep down before time's
you
up.
See?
You remember who attended the tournament? Game tournament, huh? Everyone who was slated to join kept their words, so we had a full house.
What
There were
about...
8 people in total. Jet, Mark, Grace, John, Kai, and three of us.
Huh?
Something on your mind? Since the murder happened in the boiler
Well?
room, wouldn't that mean everybody in the dining hall is an alibi? Also war es jemand im Dining Room. Also hier ist die Sache, es kann halt ganz einfach während des Blackouts passiert sein, dass halt so der Generator, man den einfach remotely zum Explodieren gebracht hat, indem man, keine Ahnung, vielleicht einfach zu viel Strom verbraucht, maybe? Oder sowas, keine Ahnung. Oder halt einfach aus einer anderen Möglichkeit aus der Ferne einfach den Generator zum Explodieren bringt, während halt Wolfgang gerade im Wasser ist. Das würde Wolfgang getötet haben. Dann ist halt wieder die Frage, warum Wolfgang dann halt nichts gesagt hätte, während er da unten ist und offensichtlich hört, dass da oben was stattfindet. Also das könnte man vielleicht auch wegen der Musik nicht gehört oder so. Das kann auch sein. Also, vielleicht ist es dann Mark. I don't know.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good point. Didn't even think of that, she's totally right. Also, since you split into pairs by investigating those rooms, down the halls, every pair can vouch for each other.
Right.
Right, we all split up. What were the groups again?
Yep.
Jet and I explored Storage Closet B. Storage Closet
Check
B?
it out.
That's what it's called in the map. Do you mean a map of the torso trinket? Activate my trinket and sure enough. See, Storage Closet B. This is Storage Closet A, Storage Closet C, and Storage Closet D. Those are definitely the rooms we explored.
I see.
In that case, Kai and I must have explored Storage Closet C. Remember clearly, two of us checked the closet above and opposite when Cassidy searched. According to this map, the only closet that fits those parameters is Storage Closet
Correct.
C. Grace and I investigated the closets. I was directly next to Damon, so we must have been inside Storage Closet
Yeah.
A. These marks and John with Storage Closet D. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, Damo, since you're here,
Question.
what's the deal with you in the boiler room? What? When Kai told us party peeps about Wolfie, he said you two went inside the boiler room.
How?
The heck did you do that for? You were supposed to check out the storage closet. You're not casting suspicion on me, are you? Me? No way. As far as Cass is concerned, everyone's innocent until proven otherwise. Investigate the storage closet with Kai, we just didn't find anything inside. Although we did hear sound run down the hallway.
Am I hearing you right?
Hä, for real? Man, unlucky all the work for nothing. Ja, okay. Müssen wir jetzt nicht nochmal hören.
Doubt it.
Yet, I don't remember any
It's the
footsteps.
truth.
I do.
Really?
Yeah, did you really? I heard them while Grace and I were investigating the storage room next to yours.
However,
Just brushed it off as my imagination, though. Guess me and Jet must have been talking over them. Are those footsteps the reason you entered the boiler room, Damo? It's Damon, and yeah. They came from the direction of that room, so I wanted to see what the person was running
For
from.
real?
Really? I would have just chased after footsteps. In entering the boiler room after something like that, you weren't scared the murderer was hiding inside. But actually the scout wasn't much better. True. Then whose footsteps could those have been? I don't know why anyone would wanna be running around those spooky hallways, let alone in the dark.
What about...
Maybe they were also looking for a backup
That's
generator.
not important.
I doubt it's that innocent. Considering the place this person ran away from was the crime scene, his footsteps were probably the killers. You mean fresh off committing the murder?
Right.
Fresh off the murder or a bit after. It depends what time we went downstairs. Whether it was immediately after the murder or not. For a brief moment, the only thing separating us from Wolfgang's killer were the storage room walls. That's creepy to think about. Thus, bit by bit, the mystery slowly unravels.
My genius is almost frightening.
No need to thank me. This all in a day's work. Didn't even do anything. Okay. Okay, this is storage closet A. Yeah, let's take a look around. Began to inspect the shelves. Hint of something shiny caught my eye. Have a look. There's a rolling pin here, the handprints on it too.
Strange.
What are you implying? Someone used this recently and not for its intended purpose. Look, can you see how the handprints are at the base of the powder pin? You aren't rolling much though if you're reading this thing like a tennis racket, are you? The pin is also really dusty. If it came from the kitchen, it would be clean like the other utensils there. Yeah, agreed. Not only that, wait, there's a dent on the pin too. On the end opposite the handprints, can you see it?
Weird.
Hey, yeah, I can see that. Handprints and a dent, it's definitely not a coincidence. This pin has something to do with that mark we found on Wolfgang's neck. It was used to knock him out. It would not only explain the dent on the pin to bruise on Wolfgang's neck. How did it make its way into this closet though? What do you mean? How did the pin make its way into the closet after the killer used it?
There must be
The
something.
footsteps kind I heard were the killers. They probably chucked the pin in here on their way out.
Absolutely not.
No, that's not what happened. Killer entered the closet and hit the rolling
Listen to
pin.
me.
Grace and I would have seen them. Crap, of course, she and Grace were investing in this closet at the time. Should the killer place a pin in here before any of us came
Save
downstairs? They were out in the hallway, why didn't they use that as their chance to escape? Damn, and she's right about that too. Could this rolling pin really be unrelated? It lines up so well with the other evidence.
Moving on.
Okay, I don't think there's anything else to this room. Let's keep investigating. Oh, when she's speaking nonsense, the next she's totally coherent. I don't think I ever understand this girl.
Interesting.
Map says the storage closet B. Right, the closet Cassie and Jet explored.
Look.
Do you see that? See what? The box in the corner, over there, look. Confused, I turned to where she was pointing. This is... I think I know what it is.
Yeah.
Generator, right? The one you were referring to during the blackout.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. As I've explored these rooms before, I knew one of them had a backup generator.
That's-
This closet had a backup generator. Wouldn't that mean the ones who restored the power?
Thinking.
Well, if Cassie and Jet were the only ones who entered this room, then they are the people who brought the power back. Damn, I'm surprised those two actually knew how to navigate the generator. Seemed to be all there is to this closet.
Look.
This is storage closet B. Yeah, Mark and John explored this one. Let's see what I can find here. Is there anything weird about this room?
That's...
I guess see something behind this pile of boxes. Stood on my tiptoes and to get a better look and... Ah, so they really are here.
Well,
What's here? Extension cords, a whole bunch of them.
strange.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, these are definitely the same type of cord I saw in the boiler room. Only difference is, these still have the other half intact. The internal plugs are pretty slim compared to the other kinds of cords. In fact, these cords match the one in the boiler room, means the killer must have rummaged through this closet of her equipment. For what reason they needed the the cord, I had no idea, but this was the step in the right direction. Besides the box of cards, nothing else about this room is standing out to me.
So,
You want to
Yeah.
move on? Ja, let's go. Okay, es ist jetzt so irgendwas in einem anderen Storage Room. Mal schauen. This was a closet kind I explored. It's hard to get a good look at its contents in the dark, but seeing it now doesn't seem to be anything important here. I think we can move on. Okay. We've looked through all the closets now. Did you find everything you
Yeah.
needed? Yeah, I did. The holding pin and a stack of extension cords, there's no doubting their relevance to this case. At least based on what I've investigated so far.
Anyway,
Ava, let's go upstairs and collect some more testimonies.
where?
Finally. Oh. So, noch weiter hier unten investigaten.
Interesting.
Oh, that was
The hell?
easy. Why'd you do that? See if you were nervous.
seriously?
Yes, I'm nervous. You were nervous
No.
earlier. Earlier, yeah, but not anymore.
Moving on.
Anyway, you shouldn't be so nervous. If you're too nervous, you wouldn't be able to think straight, so you should calm down.
Well,
Well, we've already investigated that really ugly stuff, right? I need to think about that stuff for now. Just focus on collecting people's
Listen to
testimony.
me.
Ich hoffe, das war jetzt alles, weil ich wüsste jetzt nicht, was ich sonst noch investigaten sollte. Ich verstehe nicht, was ich noch investigaten soll hier. In this hallway. Ugh. Die habe ich schon geredet.
Yep.
Ja. Noch irgendwas? Das gleiche nochmal. Sollen wir die Tür noch von der anderen Seite aus checken?
weird.
The weird looking storage closet.
Stop.
Way funny. Ich habe doch schon jeden Storage Closet gecheckt.
Where?
Verstehe ich gerade nicht, warum ich nicht einfach weitergehen kann.
Where?
Vielleicht war dann hier doch noch irgendwas.
Where? Weird. Correct.
It's weird that it's a crime scene and its name is also weird. Its name?
Thinking.
Extension cord is a weird name.
You see?
Those cords aren't even extendable. If they were like those dining tables you could pull apart, they would make sense, but they are only a fixed length.
Rage.
Weirdest name ever. Anytime can one person say weird. Das ist jetzt das, was ich finden musste an Dialog. Ich verstehe. Was will das Spiel von mir, was ich jetzt noch mache? Ich verstehe das nicht. Ist hier noch ein Dialog, den ich machen muss? Better name for extension cords would be contactor cords. It's already a name for a different kind of cord. I know, but the name works better here. Sure. Okay, jetzt haben wir wirklich jeden Dialog. Komm schon. Ich würde wirklich nicht verstehen, was es noch ist. Ich verstehe es nicht. Ich habe ja gerade hier alles gecheckt. Hier noch die Bloodstain. Ah, ja, okay. I'm Upit. Okay, das hätte ich sehen müssen. There's dried blood on the floor. For some reason it seemed to pull right around this particular spot. Ich dachte aus dem Grund einfach, das wäre Dreck. Dried blood like in the boiler room. Notice the blood in there?
Correct.
I noticed you
I
noticing.
see.
So,
So, who do you think left all this blood behind?
Focus.
Well, it can't be Wolfgang, can it? Considering the sort of injuries he sustained, it wouldn't make sense for him to have spilled a lot of blood.
There must be something.
Which means the only possibility we are left with
what
is
could it be?
the blood belongs to someone else. Yeah, exactly. I didn't notice the blood here. Would you have pointed it out to me? Wahrscheinlich nicht, weil ich bin gerade dreimal dran vorbeigelaufen. Would have pointed out to you if the words were reversed. That way, you would know not to step on it.
Right.
Sure, I would point it out.
Thanks.
Thanks. Xavier and I emerged from the basement on lookouts for anything which could aid us in our investigation. Right in front of us, a flustered Aloys was huddled with her back to the wall, Zay next to her. Sup, guys? I don't wanna lower your voice around here. Some stuff has happened.
What could it be?
Something wrong? Sorry, Aloys had a frightening experience recently.
Think?
I think we all have.
No kidding.
Well, yeah, the scene dance is bad, but I'm talking about something else. After Tauze left, we tried going inside Wolfgang's room to look for clues. But when we stepped in, she suddenly pounced on me. She dragged me out and Desmond went after us. I haven't been able to get my heart to stop beating so quickly since. And this is she referring to?
Shit.
Yep, it's Grace. He's been guarding Wolfgang Storm ever since she kicked us out. He's blocking access to Wolfgang Storm, what the hell? Can't let her bar us from entering this room. The class trial would start at any moment. That I tried to tell everyone else, but they pretty much gave up. Later Mark went to the dining hall, Diana went to the laundry room, and Toshiko and Ingrid went to the courtyard. Aloys and I, though, we're not gonna let it slide. Gotta get inside the dorm room, so we've been brainstorming other ways to approach Grace.
Think about it this way.
And we've planned on something. Having a brief inquisition. Inquisition? If Grace doesn't want to cooperate, we will start badgering her with questions, poke at her ego until it eventually
Safety
retreats.
first.
If you want, you can join us. A debater must be good at dishing verbal beatdowns, yeah? He did come here to inspect Wolfgang Storm, so I might as well. If that's the
I'm
case, I go to the dining hall and ask Jet and Mark for their testimonies. Not coming along?
Where?
Grace isn't someone I'd like to be around right now. Here if we can handle her. Something tells me she's just afraid of her talent being mocked. No sweat, have fun with Jet and Mark.
Goodbye.
They were left in the direction of the laundromat, clearly taking the long road to the dining hall. Should we approach Grace then?
Totally.
Yeah, let's not waste any time.
Okay.
Right, okay. You want to take the lead, Damon? Oh, sure. I wasn't going to admit it to either of the faces, but the plan seemed pretty half-baked. Not because I was going to face off with Grace, but because she was too. How could a bumbling person like her be of any help in a verbal showdown? If anything, she will probably make us look uncoordinated. Guess I have to do most of the heavy lifting here. As Grace was getting Wolfgang Storm, she should be right about the corner. Don't you two yippies get it? You're not
Don't
coming
get it
in.
mixed up.
Hang on, we are not here for that. Damon just want to ask you a
Back
question.
off.
He isn't coming in either.
Please.
Not, I need to investigate Wolfgang's dorm room.
Soybean.
Back off, Soybean. His room is none of your business. Except it is. The search his last known whereabouts, which includes his dorm room by
See
default.
that?
Have I said I've done the job for
Come
you?
again.
Is then you search the room? High and low, wanna know what I found? Nothing. For us to believe that we need to see it
Oi.
ourselves. You think I'm lying?
Just saying.
There's a chance you could be, unfortunately. Think about it, you haven't given us any reason to believe you. Someone who's got nothing to hide wouldn't be acting so protective right now, you know? Gives the impression there's something you really don't want us to see. So, couldn't this be considered breaking the rules? Toza wants this game to be fair, but being prevented from searching every room doesn't seem very fair. If it isn't, what are you gonna do? I reported to Tozu.
You.
Makes sense.
Nice idea. What do you want? What do you say we look for him now? Tozu agrees to the sabotage. We might call Mara to help. It's not sabotage. I'm not telling anything about the murder. Don't try to get me involved. Desmond never mentioned Wolfgang's murder.
Anyway.
Look, just let us in the room. If you're telling the truth, we'll drop our
Gotta
suspicions.
stay one step ahead.
The reality of the situation is we gotta invade Wolfgang's privacy if we wanna know what happened to him. He would want to investigate our dorms if it were anyone else who died. Grace stood there silently, gritting her teeth. Then she stepped away from the door.
Okay.
Phew. Sweet, thanks, Grace. With sighs of relief, we enter Wolfgang's dorm. Okay. Das sieht sehr anders aus. So this was Wolfgang's dorm. As some of my expectations were correct, a lot about the room still surprised me. I anticipated the layout resembling my dorm and the decor reflecting his talent. What I didn't anticipate was how messy it was. Well, maybe not messy, just really casual. A room there had clearly been well lived in.
Oi, you.
Don't move things around when you inspect them. I wanna keep the room as is. Once I'm not sure why I was even surprised. Clothes are scattered across the room, including a familiar-looking woman's jacket. Nothing about him looks suspicious. Large toy bear adorned bed. Something tells me this didn't belong in the room originally. Wolfgang had also had a pin-up calendar in his room. This isn't what I should be focusing on during the murder investigation. An intricately patterned couch side by side with two red sofa chairs. Even the throw pillows seem to be arranged in just the right way. Huge wooden bookshelves filled to the brim with a catalogue of books towered the room. Skimming the titles, most seemed to be about the intricacies of the legal system. Others somewhere about old court cases, rehashed with new evidence. If I can really read any of these, or were they all just for show? Okay. Moment. Noch mal so lang. Okay, dann reden wir einfach mal mit den anderen. What's up, Damon?
Hi.
Hey, can you check something out for
Easy
me?
enough.
In here or
That's not it.
in the boiler room? Found a taser gun
You
there.
for real?
Can't tell if it's been fired or not. I don't think it has, but I want to know for sure because if I'm wrong that this taser gun was used, might clue us into the nature of Wolfgang's death. What we are talking about is that big of a deal, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, since you're skilled at using guns, I
All
figured.
good.
No sweat, I'll see to it once I'm done here. Thanks for the heads up, Damon. Alois was kneeling on the floor, sorting through Wolfgang's bedside ottoman with a serious look on her
Hi.
face. Hey, can we talk
Give
for a
me
second?
moment.
Yeah. Okay. She closed the ottoman and stood up, knowing the same nervous expression she always did. Is there something wrong? To know your whereabouts during Wolfgang's murder. Oh, when the murder happened, I was with Desmond in the courtyard.
Eh?
The courtyard? Yes? You can ask Desmond to confirm if you're confused. No, I'm fine.
It's simple.
Let me just ask this. What were you doing during the blackout? Blackout? Yeah, you did experience it, right?
Not.
No, I don't think there was ever a blackout. We are only allowed to do the murder because of Toza's announcement.
I see.
See. So my theory was right. Venona never experienced a blackout in the tree room, and Eloise never experienced a blackout in the courtyard. Both those buildings must be connected to an entirely different power source.
Ugh.
We're not here for that,
Hi.
my ass. Only she'd be meeting my eyes.
Quit it.
You know you suspect me, I can tell by the look on your face. You don't know anything about the stuff. To be in the dark like everyone else or the person you were so close to. Damn it, get a grip on yourself, Damon. Grace can claim to know nothing about the murder, but what about everything before it?
Anyway,
So I heard the rumor you became Wolfgang's new bank buddy. This room seems to confirm that. How was he this morning? Grumpy? Happy? Sick? We were planning to go to the game tournament, but he woke up with an ache in his stomach. Woke up sick? Tell me the truth, and Wolfgang planned to attend the
that's
tournament.
not it.
Why did he say the opposite yesterday? Admittedly, I'm also a little hesitant about attending. Not sure if I will have the time for it. But I remember Wolfgang said he would be too busy to attend the tournament. More like he wanted another round at the pachinko
Watch
machine.
and learn.
I would know. I interrogated him after breakfast. What did seriously what
yeah,
you meant?
Okay.
Yeah, which was why I told him, hey, no, let's do the tournament. Was a bit finicky at first, typically for a soybean, but he eventually caved. Wolfgang was a pachinko player, I'm not sure I can believe that. Again, some of the paraphernalia in this room looked neither golf nor law related. Alright, so based on what you're saying, Wolfgang agreed to attend the tournament yesterday. However, come this morning. Wolfgang remembered the pirate was attending, so it's just to track down that guy and partner with him instead. Right, because he needed to bring a partner to the tournament. Wolfgang, he knew I was miffed about it. His smile said as much. But I walked out the door anyway.
Dumbass.
He said he was too sick to get out of the bed, so I walked away. Wolfgang really had been bedridden. How did he wind up in the boiler room? He didn't come of his own volition. I was never sick to begin with. The look on her face, I could tell Grace realized the same. All that said, it wasn't like Wolfgang to hide anything. For a guy who's so gung-ho about honesty, you'd think he would confide in the person he's closest to. The letter I find inside his blazer pocket have something to do with it? For example, that mention of a secret. Did the rest of the note elaborate on it, or was the word alone enough to scare Wolfgang? Maybe he wanted to shield Grace from information even he couldn't handle. Maybe he simply didn't want her to know. Whatever the reason, Wolfgang Ecki deliberately hid information from someone. Ironic, huh? That's all I could find. Why was Grace so angsty about people entering? There didn't seem to be anything suspicious lying around here. In any case, since I'm done here, I should head to the dining hall. Pretty sure that's where Eva said she was going. Since I entered the room, Eva walked over to me. I've just finished talking to everyone. Anything important?
Rage.
Nothing important. I don't think Jet and Mark are taking this seriously. This might end like the mock trial where only a couple people know what they are doing. Does she really think so? Well, information definitely didn't bode well for me. I couldn't afford to be discouraged by it. Not unless I want to die in this game.
Focus.
See if I can make those to talk.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Is it me or is there something funky about
Come
this place? What? I don't know, man. Everything feels kinda off. I kept place wider. It's bugging the crap out of me. And like he just felt uncomfortable being here. I guess I can't blame him. The turn things have taken, the tension and excitement of this tournament was all but a distant moment. and this room was now a reminder of having died right under our noses. Can't hear the roar of the generator anymore. Shit. Why didn't Tozer fix the blackout himself? Is the maintenance of the space seriously our responsibility?
Not okay!
The fridge and pantry are restocked every day though. Can't things just be consistent? Running aside, he made a good point. Why didn't Tozer fix the blackout? Thinking back on his spiel from earlier. The tablet's information has been divulged in such a way that both the killer and the spotters have equal chance of success. Tozer abstained from fixing the blackout because it was important to the killer. They could easily make their escape if no one could see anything.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, Damon, since you're here, I've been thinking really hard about those footsteps we heard
Come again?
when we were in the storage closet.
No, seriously.
Yeah, they were soft, right? Like the person was wearing
I
socks.
see.
Now that you mention it, it did sound like socks on a hard floor. All things to be right about, it has to be this. Dear me.
Man.
I mean, why didn't the killer just wear shoes? Think about it, the sound of something like heels would be pretty distinct, right? Or what about sneakers? They hit really squeaky on a smooth floor. And
Don't say that.
the saying is, you could totally figure out a shoe from the sound it makes. If you know what shoes the killer had on, you can just look for the person with a matching pair. But socks? Anyone can be wearing socks. Person probably moved their shoe for that reason.
This sucks.
Just a luck. Whiteboard. Cassie had clearly spent a lot of time doodling this. She must be upset that we didn't even finish a sing around. Interesting people ever get together and they're interrupted by a murder. Think back on it, the game tournament and the murder happened really close to each other. Former began at 9 AM, but the latter occurred at 9:35 AM. That's within the same hour. Taking a look at this whiteboard, yeah, I can see why the killer chose that text so soon. 8 potential witnesses, all situated in one place, too preoccupied with video games to notice the world around them. It couldn't be a more perfect time to strike. Tournament Heaven has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your Torso Twinklet. Mark had returned to his position by the equipment.
Hi.
Hey, Desmond Aloys told me you plan to investigate Wolfgang Storm. Grace isn't guarding it anymore, so you can't go inside now. I guess you don't want to investigate.
It's nothing.
I just came here to make sure my interface wasn't damaged. The investigation could spell the difference between life and death, yet his priorities was the stupid music equipment. Do you think it looks suspicious what you're doing?
What?
People are already giving Grace the side eye for being uncooperative. What might they say if they find out you've ditched the investigation?
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Ted called out to us from the other side of the room and ran over. Can't you see Broski isn't feeling well? Give the guy some
That's
space.
not important.
I don't care, I'm working on a time limit. Why are you to talk anyway? Judging by the look on Broski's face whenever you guys are together,
It's simple.
of everyone here I think you know the least about personal space. No way. Sure, Mark might not talk a whole lot, but if he wasn't having fun, do you really think he would hang out so much?
She's always stick
Come
together.
on, Broski, wake me up here. Time. Time did the murder happen?
That's
9:35 AM. Check this. Pointed to a small digital clock at the top of the music pad.
that's
It's the time of the murder. It was like this when I came back. The clock got screwed over by the blackout. So now it's frozen on whatever it was displaying before the last hour. And it confirms my suspicion. Blackout and by association, the destruction of the generator occurred at the same time of Wolfgang's murder. DJ Padlock.
My man.
Nice going, bro. You hit the jackpot. Let's cause errors here up here, huh? Sheesh, this was getting hard to watch. Ist da noch was? Sieht so aus, als wär's das. Okay, doch nicht. Event habe ich. Ich nochmal mit ihr reden.
Where?
Dann check ich jetzt auch die Paintings, I guess. Oder mache ich erstmal Kitchen, Pantry? Yeah, so I came through the kitchen just in case. Looking inside the cabinets, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary except... Ja, okay, knife, ja. Das haben wir ja gefunden unten. The kitchen knife to go missing at the same time. A knife is found floating in a boiler room's water. That can't be a coincidence. Oh, my, would you look at that time? And yes, we ought to get this trial started soon. How does 20 minutes from now sound? Great, great. Please continue to investigate until then. See you later. What? There's only 20 minutes until the trial?
on.
Damon. Jeez, how does she keep scaring me? Investigation was almost over. We need to find the other three and hear their testimony.
That's...
Other three?
As I was saying,
Toshiko, Ingrid, and Diana.
Please.
Come down. Desmond said they were in the courtyard, right?
I'm talking.
And Diana's in the laundry room. Let's talk to Diana first, since the laundry room is in the same building. In the meantime, don't panic, okay?
Can't you see?
Not panicking. She said that she motioned for me to follow her over to the door. Ava might deny it, but the anxiety which had been bubbling up inside her was clearly starting to boil over. Although before first my own heart was beating, I guess she's not alone. Bin sehr gespannt. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Diana was standing with her back pressed up against the wall, arms wrapped around herself in a tight embrace. She's in even worse shape than before. Diana, I need to ask you a question. Please give me a moment. It's been kind of tough.
No.
The investigation is going to end really soon. We can't wait. Okay, sorry. Where were you during the blackout? Blackout, right before the body was discovered. I was just in my room alone doing my makeup. Don't have any makeup on though. I was experimenting with new combinations, so I wiped it all off
I
already.
see.
You were alone in your room the entire morning? Yeah, I just wasn't feeling up to it.
Sorry.
So I'm feeling a little sick all of a sudden. Do you mind if I go back to my dorm? Asked all the questions I wanted to. Thanks.
So,
You think she was acting weird at all?
That's-
No, weirder than the others. Anyway, since Diana gave her testimony, I can cross her off my list now. Which means the only people I still need to speak to.
where?
Ingrid and Toshiko are still in the courtyard. But no until we see for ourselves. Alright, let's go before this investigation ends. Ich meine, das wird jetzt kein Nass-Hass, aber, you know, ein bisschen zu sass. Und ich will nicht, dass sie es ist. Ist ja wirklich ziemlich blöd, wenn sie es ist. Ich will es wirklich nicht. Toshiko and Ingrid had retreated under the bandstand at the center of the courtyard. The larger girl was comforting the smaller girl who had completely hidden her face behind her fan.
Hello?
Hey, have either of you been investigating? Hey, investigating? Toshiko lowered her face to reveal a pair of puppy eyes.
Unacceptable!
I don't know what you're expecting me to do.
Seriously?
To look for clues. Clues?
Impossible!
How am I meant to do that? It's not like I've had to solve a murder before, you know? My hands have been a bit full, so no luck finding any clues. Can't see why.
Moving on.
Okay, well, did you at least notice anything suspicious this morning? Could be a person acting odd or a strange sound. That's what most real-life testimonies talk about anyway.
Think this through.
A person acting odd. Really not at the time, but looking back, definitely seems a little strange. Wanna tell them, Toshiko? Okay, fine. This morning I saw Wolfgang.
Huh?
I need to see him. In the dorm hallway on my way back from the pharmacy. Dorm hallway? Just as I was about to enter my room, I saw Wolfgang leave this. Oh, Wolfgang? The coincidence running into each other like this. You're already on my way to the tournament, Miss Kayura. It's rather early. Of course not. A professional like myself knows better than to attend some silly party. Right, my apologies. What about you? Are you going to the tournament? That's correct, I'm going to the tournament. Just heading to the laundry room right now. There's a batch of clothes I accidentally left behind in there.
That's...
Wolfgang said he was going to attend the tournament.
Strange.
Yesterday he told everyone he was too busy to attend. I assumed he changed his mind. I had no reason to question him. I had bits and pieces of the conversation from inside my dorm. The whole thing couldn't have lasted longer than a minute.
Bit complicated.
Toshiko and I are bunk buddies, by the way. I thought I would mention that in case Damon didn't know. Okay, thanks. Anyway, when I heard what Wolfie said, my first thought was, leftover clothes? I don't remember any leftover clothes. I figured I must have been misremembering. What with my aching head and all? Aching head? I was suffering a terrible headache this morning. Couldn't even see 2 steps in front of me, let alone get up from my bed. That's why I had gone to the pharmacy. I was hoping to procure some medication for Ingrid. Not my proudest moment, I admit, but I knew I could trust Toshiko with the job.
So...
Do you know what time the interaction with Wolfgang happened? 8:10, I think.
How should I put it?
Conversation happened just a little after the morning announcement. That I can tell you with confidence. Yeah, 10 past would make sense. When the announcement initially played, I was just about to leave the pharmacy. And she was already inside the pharmacy at 8 AM. So Wolfgang, he looked totally fine when you saw him.
Sure.
Yeah, nothing seemed awry. Doesn't that come into question what Grace told me earlier? Were Grace lied to me about Wolfgang calling in sick, or she was telling the truth? Wolfgang just got outed as a liar. I can probably deduce an answer if I know what time Grace left Wolfgang's dorm. If she left before 8:10 AM, then she would have been out of the picture by the time Wolfgang had made his move. Hence why she only remembers him in bed. But if she left after 8:10, then she would have been there for Wolfgang's encounter with Toshiko. Means she lied about Wolfgang being bedridden during the period of time she was in the storm. Funny how she never gave me a time. That's happened after Toshiko saw Wolfgang. That blackout sure gave us a spook. Toshiko and I decided to stay where we were until the lights turned on, though we did watch you and your bodies pass by.
Body has been discovered!
Danke für den Follow. Jetzt habe ich gerade richtig erschrocken. Ich habe vergessen, dass ich ich vergesse jedes Mal, dass ich diesen Alert drin habe.
How should I put it?
Read it first, then took a peek. I would have said something, but I still wasn't feeling my usual self, so we watched you up until you all went downstairs. That must have been how you find a crime scene, right? Yeah, that's right.
Too much for me.
Such a terrible sight. I can't believe someone here may actually be behind it. Just hope we can solve it. So, das ist doch ein guter Moment, um darüber zu reden, wer es da gewesen sein könnte. Also, wir sind's obviously nicht. Diana ist fucking sus. Also, ich habe Theorien, dass sie es ist. Vor allem, weil sie die letzten beiden Freedom-Event-Möglichkeiten nicht mit uns reden wollte, weil sie irgendwas alleine vorhatte. Sus. Jean war ebenfalls beim Game Tournament. Das Ding ist, ich habe immer noch ein kleines Dazwischen bei jedem, der beim Game Tournament war, weil wenn es halt wirklich so ein Mord ist, der remotely passiert ist, also das halt gesetup worden ist, sodass halt man aus der Entfernung den Generator explodieren lassen kann, dann kannst du das jetzt zwischen auf Personen, die jetzt extra sich ein Alibi suchen beim Game Tournament. Ja, das gleiche gilt halt für Jet. Toshiko hat ein Alibi mit Ingrid, deswegen kann sie es nicht sein. Mark war ebenfalls beim Tournament. Ulysses war, glaube ich, auch beim Tournament, ne? Aber kam später mit Grace zusammen. Wolfgang kann es nicht sein. Also könnte es schon, es könnte Suicide sein, actually. Cassidy hat das Tournament organisiert, ich glaube nicht, dass sie es ist. Desmond glaube ich auch nicht, dass er es ist. Er war aber nicht beim Tournament dabei. Er wusste aber, glaube ich, auch nichts vom Blackout, deswegen, oder? Bin gerade unsicher. Von ihr wissen wir, glaube ich, fast gar nicht. Also wir wissen, sie hat auch nichts vom Blackout mitbekommen. Aber sie könnte es vielleicht auch gewesen sein, aber ich glaube es nicht. Kai war ebenfalls beim Game. Grace war ebenfalls dabei, ist aber auch später dazugekommen. Ingrid hat ein Alibi mit Toshiko. Winona wissen wir, glaube ich, auch fast gar nichts, ne? Außer, dass sie, glaube ich, das Blackout auch nicht mitbekommen hat. Und Ava trust ich einfach. Unconditionally. Alright, everyone, that's time. Please drop whatever it is you're doing and proceed over to the Tree of Ignorance. Don't make me wait too long, otherwise you'll be in for a shocking surprise. Get it? Because your trinkets can zap you? Anyway, just get a move. It's time.
Fingers crossed.
You two, go on ahead. Toshiko and I'll catch up.
Listen to me.
Okay, let's go, Damon. Right. Oh boy. Ava and I made a short trek to the room with the tree. Once there, we waited for the others to arrive. Eventually, everyone had shown up. So, how are you guys feeling?
It's me.
Words wouldn't do it justice.
Yeah.
Feeling pretty bad. I can tell you how I feel when I don't even know what I feel. I'd rather we save the talking for the trial. Trial? Just a few moments, we were going to be down there. Down there in the trial room, fighting for survival using only your words. Damn it, Damon, get a grip already. Before the door in the tree opens, I need to ask Desmond if he has any new information about the taser gun.
Hi.
Hey. His voice was steady, but his eyes kept darting around the room. Did you check the taser? Right, I did. Any findings? Just one. The gun's blast doors were missing.
Huh?
Blast what? Ich habe keine Ahnung, was das bedeutet. Heißt es, die wurde gefeuert? All of a sudden, the ground... not again! Hold on to something, everyone! Tree of Knowledge, a symbol of sentience, intuition, and understanding, exists here only as a barren replica. Tree of Ignorance emulates the wonder of nature, but does not achieve it. And justly so, for ignorance often aspires to be seen as wisdom. Damn it.
Shit.
Well, I guess we gotta cut this conversation short. I explained everything during the trial, let's not keep this guy waiting.
Holy!
Oh man, this is really happening? We're so screwed, we are totally gonna die.
It is how it is.
If you go on expecting to fail, chances are you will.
Game over, man!
I'm gonna think of failure even more because you said
Hold
that.
your horses.
Look at it this way. Who here are the cards more stacked against? 14 people work together to solve a murder, or one person trying to lead everyone else astray?
Are we ready?
Anyone else in for a struggle, it ain't a group of 14.
Do you think?
You make a good point. Statistically, the odds are in our favor here.
It'll be okay.
Exactly, luck will be on our side.
No, it's not.
Luck was on our side, we wouldn't be in a killing game to start with. Can I say something first before we go?
Oh,
No, what is it? It's a message for the killer.
what did you say?
Message for the killer? Person here who killed Wolfgang. Wait, you are, can you please step forward? Das ist ziemlich sus, das zu sagen, aber ja gut, das war jetzt bisher in jedem, ich glaube in jedem Dank-Game gab es irgendwie so eine Art von so einem, also dass irgendjemand sowas gesagt hat.
I want to help.
Don't have to do this class trial. You can just find it in yourself to step forward and bring this whole thing to an end already. And please. Despite Diana's pleas, no one came forward.
Come on.
Someone determined enough to commit murder, they won't back down because of one person's pleas. Since we're on the subject, I also got a message for the killer. Don't forget that the punishment fits the crime, asshole. Enjoy the fucking death penalty. He spat out those words and disappeared into the opening of the tree.
Can I go now?
Co-signed.
Slow down.
Your bros get right up. One by one, people began to follow suit. Guess if it's time to go. Hey, yo, the name's Dakota. I'm Kai Montegos VA. I wanted to swing by and give a big thank you for taking the time to play our game and support the project. Put our hearts into it, and hope you are having an incredible. It's a really great game. I mean, I played Danganronpa fan games before, like Danganronpa Another and Danganronpa Labs, and I think this game is obviously the highest quality, and I really enjoy the voice acting. Thank you for your service. I especially liked Kai's "Take a chill pill, man" line from the prologue. That was, I think that was very nice. But I think the voice acting in the game is nice in general. I think favorite voice actor so far is that from Wolfgang. Take a chill pill is a classic. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool to see you. Thank you for the game. It's really great. And I'm looking forward to the other chapters in the future. Really have a fun time. He knew where the stairs would take us and where the elevator afterwards would deliver us. And I hope you're not salty, but Kai is not exactly my favorite character. Not like he was the character I hated the most. I don't know who I hate the most, to be honest. I don't think I hate anyone that much. Just that I don't like people that much, like Grace. Knew where the stairs would take us and where the elevator afterwards would deliver us. But everything beyond that was short in uncertainty. Because everything is running smooth here. Any bugs so far? No bugs exactly. The only thing that happened was that my PC just shut down 2 times in the game. But that wasn't because of the game, it was because the ventilation in my PC is broken. And it was heating up so fast that, yeah, my PC shut down. Wasn't that great, but it's the first game that accomplished that. And I'm not salty, yeah. But Kai is a rally dude and not everyone vibes with it. I totally hope to like the characters you like, yeah, thank you. There was no mock trial awaiting us, no frogs merely designed to waste our time with a stupid mystery. So it's undoubtedly real. Come on, Damon, get a hold of yourself already. Taking a deep breath, I approached the opening in the tree. I descended into the darkness. It was the same. Same elevator, the same slow churning of metal, echoing sounds of clunky machinery. Yet something was different. Someone was gone. Someone who I never held in high regard, but who was still a person nonetheless. A person with feelings, a person with aspirations, a person with a family. By the way, I expected Wolfgang to be the murderer in the first chapter, so seeing him being the victim was a shock. Yeah. I thought if he isn't the murderer in the first chapter, he's probably going to be the antagonist for the entire game. Like the Byakuya, you know? Person who I never hear speak again. Not a single word. Am I ready for this? Was what I did during the investigation the best I could have done? Will it be enough to carry me through this trial? Will it be enough to lead me to Wolfgang's killer? I won't know until I do it. Till I face this trial head on. There's no way I can place my faith in the other people here. There's no way they'll come to the correct conclusion. Our survival depends on me. And Ava. The elevator began to slow, snapping back to reality. I adjusted my tie and stood up tall, and when movement stopped completely, the doors in front of us opened.
Rise and shine.
Somebody call an ambulance. I think I've caught a case of deja vu.
Isn't this lovely?
It feels like only yesterday we were playing detective with the corpse of crime. My, how insocial and chipper so many of you used to be.
How interesting.
After all the back and forth of a simple how done it mystery, I'm truly curious what today's toy will yield.
Yeah,
Just to remind myself, our names are on the podiums, right? Eager to start, are we? Yes, to find your podium, just look for where your name is written.
The show must go on.
Come on now, hop to it. I'm so excited I can barely wait a second longer. Really don't want to do this.
Oh, crud.
Gotta do as he says though, otherwise that foster lady might get mad. Knowing we were powerless to disobey Tozu, we began to disperse and locate the podiums.
Hey,
It's okay everyone, if we work together we can do this.
we can't give up.
Guys, if we work together we can solve this case. So, come on, let's do this for Wolfgang. The words elicited nods from the other students, the expressions on their faces told a different story. It was an expression I couldn't help but feel conflicted over in a moment where I shouldn't have been focusing on my feelings. An expression of unmistakable fear. For days now, I've been angry over the mock trial. Angry at how much people resented me for telling the truth, but they twisted my words and assumed my intentions. I'm angry, but that didn't mean I wanted to be right. I would have been happy for reality to prove me wrong, but no one to buckle under the pressure of the killing game. But good endings like that only exist in stories. Reality was apathetic to what we wanted, and the events of today proved we were at its mercy. So I stood there at my podium, conflicted. To think this tragedy could have been avoided had people just listened to me. But who was it that encouraged everyone to turn on me? Who was it that encouraged everyone to trust each other? Wolfgang hadn't been so naive. He just taught people to protect themselves rather than each other. But maybe he would still be here. Regardless, I can't let myself be consumed by the what-ifs. Although the others may have failed at preventing Wolfgang's murder, I, at the very least, can solve it. I uncover this killer, let them face the consequences for their actions. I solve this case and survive. I would like to save my game. Ich würde gerne nochmal alles hier durchgehen. At the time of Wolfgang's murder, Winona and Ulysses were by the giant tree. Winona does not recall a blackout happening. The same goes for Aloys, who spent her morning in the courtyard of Desmond. Drops of blood were scattered around the boiler room door. They were also scattered in the outside hallway. The door has been flipped so that the lock is now on the outside. I don't know how. There were burn marks all over Wolfgang's hands. The digital clock on Mark's DJ pad is frozen at 9:35 AM. Mark believes the blackout caused some kind of internal damage to this DJ pad. The clock is frozen on the time it last displayed before power was lost. A tethered extension cord floating in water. There was no internal plug, only a frayed tip lined with a black substance. A collection of similar looking extension cords were discovered in storage closet D. These ones were fully intact and the internal plugs were particularly slim. When Kai and I were exploring storage closet C, we heard someone run past the closet. The footsteps sounded like they were moving away from the boiler room. Based on how soft the footsteps were, it can be inferred the person was not wearing shoes. The game tournament began at 9 AM and was attended by 8 people. Of those 8, 6 competed in the tournament. Kai, me, Jet, Cassidy, John and Grace. First match was between myself and Kai, but our game was cut short by the blackout. Half the generator's wires were melted and what remained intact had been completely synced. It's like a bomb went off inside the machine. Wolfgang was going to attend the tournament with Grace, but had to cancel this morning after waking up with a sore stomach. He encouraged Grace to attend the tournament with John instead. A knife found floating in water. On a plate and in surrounding water was the unmistakable color of blood. When inspecting the kitchen, I discovered a knife block inside one of the cabinets. This block just so happens to be missing a large knife. The air in the boiler room smelled like an odd combination of zero and alcohol. John believes the smell is the result of a chemical reaction. Probably the explosion. Chunks of an unidentified material floating in the water near the generator. Probably from the pharmacy. A dusty rolling pin discovered inside storage closet A. On one end is a small dent, on the other two very clear handprints. The attic on floor has 4 storage closets. During the blackout, the tournament attendees who were searching for a backup generator agreed to enter the closet in pairs. Eva and Grace entered storage closet A, Jet and Cassidy entered storage closet B, Kai and I entered storage closet C, John and Mark entered storage closet D. A note discovered inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. The paper was damaged by the water, smudging most of the ink beyond readability. However, a few words can be made out at the bottom of the note. Secret, 8:15 AM and close the door. Taser gun found at the scene of the crime. Small thin piece of metal discovered near the boiler room door. Probably from the taser gun. Toshiko left the dorms before 8 AM to fetch in with some medication from the pharmacy. On her way back, she briefly encouraged Wolfgang in the hallway. Ingrid overheard bits and pieces of Toshiko and Wolfgang's conversation from her room. She is fairly confident the encounter happened around 8-10 AM, so she didn't have enough time to go to the boiler room. The victim is Wolfgang Akiba, the ultimate lawyer. He was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He's kneeling in the water and his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Estimated time of death is 9:35 AM. A huge discolored mark ran down the back of Wolfgang's neck. Was this the first sign of decomposition, or was it a bruise left by something? Next to the discoloration of Wolfgang's neck was a tiny red dot, probably from a syringe. The skin around which looked inflamed. There was no scabbing, however, which suggests this dot appeared recently. Okay. Then let's start. So excited.
Let's get this started, shall we? Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles. A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again.
Fancy portrait.
So, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, or the blackened will be granted release from this academy. Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
Can someone please break this silence?
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice, but putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed. Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this.
It would have been really funny if Damon was like, you know what, I prove he is an asshole now, so you won't cry anymore.
Whatever it takes. No matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it.
Damon should just tell everyone that Wolfgang is an asshole. You know, should show them the note and then just make some stuff up about him. Just so they won't cry. Yeah, that would be screwed.
How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer. If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means.
This shows up to the funeral stacked material. He couldn't say why the dude was alive. Oh, God.
For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case?
She's actually smarter than I thought. Huh?
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
Okay, I already talked about who I think it might be. I personally think Diana is pretty suspicious, even though I don't want her to be the person. Mainly because she doesn't have an alibi. Toshiko and Ingrid obviously have an alibi. I think Venona and Desmond discussed something around the time of the blackout, so they are probably also out. And I suspect everyone who was at the game tournament, to be honest, because I probably think they could have set something up to remotely trigger the explosion that destroyed the generator. You know, like when Nagito set up the AC and the irons in case 1 from Danganronpa 2 for the blackout. And I think Mark could be it if it were just like no power surge. It's really hard though. And if it were a remote killing, which might be possible, then the reason why Wolfgang probably didn't scream while he was down there was either because it was overtuned by the music made by Mark, or he was unconscious because he was hit with the what is it? With the steel rolling pin. Yeah. There was also the person who was running in the hallway while we were in the storage closets. Which means it probably can't be one of those 8, which there's a theory about it being a remote killing. Not so likely anymore. I mean, it really puts suspicion on Diana. But I don't want Diana to be the killer, come on. And it would be too obvious. I want Diana to be the killer, please. It would be too obvious. It's gonna be a killer trial for you, okay.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer,
also
she tried to conceal potential evidence.
Grace and Ulysses were late to the game tournament, so some suspicion on them, but I think Grace would be too obvious. Ulysses is very silent, so maybe him. Like, no one would expect him to be the killer, I guess.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, because she went to the game tournament.
Grace attended the tournament?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the
Trying to
murder.
read my comments very carefully right now. Yeah, I know that feeling.
Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
Did someone leave? I don't think so.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And Mark.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
What if you found out it was Mara Law first appearance in the hot chat? I mean, why not? I mean, it would be pretty lame, but, you know, then there wouldn't be any traces left, let's be honest.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
Lying about Grace?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered.
How is he high on the calendar? Who is he? Was he a character before and you just decided to make him calendar guy because he already had 16 or something? I don't know. Who is he?
Then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation? You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
What happened here? Damon and me, we just found him like this.
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall!
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
Mm-hmm. When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs.
His name is Damien. He was in the original concept of the game. We decided to replace him. I don't believe he was even the main character. He was the ultimate volleyball champion. He saw the name Damien in the storage room. I think there was something about the Damien Corporation in the storage room on one of the boxes. Is it right? I saw something like that.
I would know. I saw him.
There was a blackout?
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
Why is it that some people can recall blackout but not others? He gets mentioned a lot. He still lives on as like a mascot for the other variations of the game concepts. Ah, okay. Thinking back on the testimonies I've collected, I can probably make an educated guess. Would have been funny if he was the killer of the Sarah from the prologue. Why is it that some people can recall blackout but others not? Like the one building. Yeah.
I got it.
That would be wild. Our community doesn't know as much about him, but it's that he refers to him every
It's
often.
because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the Tozer trinket map, we know which ones, too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me, too.
Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Actually gar nicht so eine unrealistische Reaktion.
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Oh, Grace and Loya Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside.
And clothes.
Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Ugh.
He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilt the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
I mean, they switched.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, would Toshika would know, to be honest, yeah.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
No.
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context. As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe. I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me. So when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
I mean, games of tic-tac-toe would just be infinite draws. Like, don't think I've ever played a game of tic-tac-toe against a real-life person and it wasn't a draw.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point? Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or, oh, maybe had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night, but...
But...
The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick. With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well. So she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she did. Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game?
True.
No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make of the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
What the hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
He could have lied.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs? It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
More to the story than Grace is telling us. When people are letting their emotions cloud their judgment, I need to solve this mystery and set things straight. Okay.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
What?
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
Can't prove that.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not
What?
helping.
None of these really make sense.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
Ah. I think it's Toshiko's fetch quest on being carried, because Toshiko saw him walk in the hallway. Something like that.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried
by the killer.
Daneben. Verdammt.
That's why Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
Why don't you
tell everyone the truth, Grace? I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room. Okay, here we go. Secret hallways. We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
No, that's wrong!
It's true Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault. The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko?
Fun fact about me, how's it called in English? Like the brother of my grandma is called Wolfgang. Or Wolfgang, because he's German.
During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
Great uncle, yeah, that. Yeah, he is called Wolfgang.
That's after I left.
Yes, I remember now. Ingrid. She had developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course, he never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
Mm-hmm. I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
I Wolfgang got a boiler room that I can also answer the note.
This is it.
During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink, but some parts are still legible.
Secret, 8:15 a.m., boiler room, close the door.
This mentions the boiler room.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket, it can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
was to remove her from the picture. Yeah. Once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs. That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but... On the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Why is it windy all of a sudden?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
It's a nice remix of the song. We liked it.
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
For that reason, I implore you all to speak with the person whose blackmail you have and them only. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give the person a chance to explain themselves.
Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note. Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo, person who Wolfgang had blackmail on. If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey, person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail. If you're innocent, say something already.
I'm innocent, I should say something. Didn't everyone have Wolfgang's blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eyes? I don't know. Tell them. Everyone may follow my direction during the trial since they can't ignore the evidence on my side. It comes to me, of all people owning Wolfgang's blackmail, though they know they won't suddenly change the tune. They might chastise me for not revealing his blackmail sooner, or maybe they think I'm confessing, accuse me of murdering him. Tell them. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all of that? Tell them. Does the trajectory of this trial really depend on whether or not
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Damon, such an ass.
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it. If you need the proof.
Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
Aye. I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realize that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude. My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Damon.
Truth. Thanks for letting us know, bud.
Indeed. To acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
Right. It's very noble.
If I read my blackmail right now, would everyone here treat me the same? Probably not, but Damon. He just as
I
forgiving.
take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
Actually, yeah.
No one's reciting shit.
Oh, fuck.
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
It's actually a good idea.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer.
Hate you, Damon.
It's annoying they won't speak up, sure, but unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people, especially now that he's gone.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
The cases, or...
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot. Stranger than you used to. But I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but...
By the way, the mother of my uncle is called Ingrid. I just remembered.
We can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right? When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him. And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Huh. Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
Killer stabbed Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him in the boiler room. No, that's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they've gone wrong.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, you know, ended it.
It all makes sense.
Yes, it's the hands because of the struggle, you know? Because there are no indications of a struggle on his hands.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
He was also
Not just that.
stabbed from
There's
behind.
blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Is this really how you guys think
Probably a
Wolfgang
Tosa
died?
tablet, right?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence.
No, not really.
It was floating in the water right next to him.
Blood spots, I
Not
guess.
just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor
Guess
and
there isn't
along
enough
the
blood.
underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
That does not dispute worthy of a confrontation.
I didn't want to dispute you.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor.
There would be more blood on the knife. Yet at the time it's running out while I'm looking at stuff.
And along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
Try that. No.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So,
Yeah,
the killer
probably
entered
the
the
storage
boiler room
closets.
after him, which was when they, you know.
Okay. So two things. Either the sneak attack at the hands or the boiler room and the storage closet because he had other things to run to. I think the storage closet and the boiler room is most likely to be true.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind. And the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It
was floating in the water right next to him. Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway. A confrontation must have happened in those hallways. Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck
up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
No.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
I don't get it.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from
Try
behind.
this.
No, that's
I don't get
wrong.
why, but it's weird. I don't get it.
Jed, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, But did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
But why didn't you just give me Wolfgang's body as a wallet? I don't get it.
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
I figured. Had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds.
That wasn't in the file, you know.
In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously. We went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
It should be in a separate truth bullet.
Hey, man! It's not like I didn't try! It's just... this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting. Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire, or a hot iron, or a flamethrower, I suppose.
Contradicting my theory outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said, the burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
Chiaro... huh?
Ooh, now this I know. Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims. Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking, some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from. My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Could he not have been struck before the killing game? Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps a deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
Not necessarily. This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
Some equivalent in damage of lightning strike. It sounds ridiculous, blah blah.
This is it. Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do. Why?
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor.
Dining hall people, you were in this building before. Tell us what's going on. Yeah, why didn't you mention this other girl? Hell, I never even saw her. You were there too, Bargain Bin. Don't even... There's a floor below us, that's where I woke up.
To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside. I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agree the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
Right.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Two things. First, destroyed is overly vague. Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief. Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
So I've been so quiet, I actually need to back out for a little bit.
A body has been
I'm joining back
discovered!
soon. Yeah, thank you for being here. It was really nice.
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now,
Thank you
does
for
it?
the follow.
Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That?
Damn it, she's trying to make me look like an idiot. If I let this continue, the others might start to doubt me. Please just stop her before she veers the trial off track. Okay. Okay. Hey.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days in which the generator might have been destroyed.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout. If it was already broken prior to the tournament.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder. You only assume it happened during it. Not the smartest argument from a supposed ultimate debater. What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after.
I'll cut through those words!
Okay.
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament. Mark's DJ pad. While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, we can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened, and...
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder, because it isn't even conductive.
It's not?
After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area. So, I tested the water.
The corner of my eye, I saw Ava approach a pile of boxes and fish out a light bulb. Then, without hesitation, she chucked it into the water.
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly
actually, it can be the generator because of the extension cord, right?
And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Is the generator unrelated to the case? Nope. The timing of the blackout is too perfect, it can't be a coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless.
Yeah.
For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Actually, true.
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment. Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Hang on. You've got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
It's a time to feign innocence went through me, but I know the truth. I don't get it. Oh, it's blackmail.
I got it. The blackmail Tozu gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
With his weapons at hand, Desmond guards the only one he trusts.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep, no idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together.
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talents and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller?
Take the bad with the good, dearest pupil. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
Enough talking about consoles! Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it
I mean, that's not true.
is just a flimsy excuse!
Okay.
Desmond is the killer! The taser gun came from his room!
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard!
But...
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology. You sprinkle in a little helpfulness, and suddenly everyone trusts you.
When the murder happened,
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with. Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard!
If this is about
avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired?
I don't think
the killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I got it.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun, he definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah! Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast, nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right! And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
I mean, too nice is, you know,
Grace,
not an argument.
I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS. Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how... What?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, babe!
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again? But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
All right. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
Why?
What?
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we, talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah. Besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Wanna try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
I mean... stealing weapon, yeah.
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Impressive.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have happened. I got it.
Kai is right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin.
Eh?
Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Damn! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser! Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
I guess it makes sense.
Shooting Wolfgang with taser. What was the killer's next move? Figure that out, I'll be one step closer to solving the case. I guess setting up the generator with the extension cord.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs.
Yep.
Because the two of us went inside Closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember? Jed and I checked Closet B. Damon and Kai checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. 'Cause the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room.
Yeah.
Immediately after discarding the pin.
It's not immediately after.
So let me get this straight.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A? When exactly did they discard the pin? They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside Closet A. Why were you inside the closet? To find the backup generator, remember? Jed and I checked Closet B. Damon and Kai checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D. The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. 'Cause the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
No, that's wrong!
Diana, there's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time. When the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator, Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jed and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say, I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things. However, since other people can attest to hearing them...
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running, since everyone explored the closets in pairs. They all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So...
Considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Hold up! So the killer had been right next to us?
Doy, that's a given.
Huh? How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they did it, so I don't see what the problem is.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
It was kinda socky. As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
'Cause their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
Ich will nicht, dass sie es...
No, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
We already can find the killer, though.
What?
Oi, are you pulling our leg?
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
Diana.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
Nein. Warum?
It has to be you!
Nein.
Diana, it's you, isn't it?
Nein. Warum?
Her? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi. Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Guys,
if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
guys, what are you talking about?
Please.
Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
Please
The
don't.
fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi, right, Ava? You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cass set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Like some people here aren't willing to face the facts. It's not a problem, I'll make them face the facts. Whether they like it or not, soon enough nobody will be able to deny Diana killing Wolfgang.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Dual-wielding weapons? Hoo-wee, this killer's next level.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Dual-wielding weapons? Hoo-wee, this killer's next level.
If it was Diana
Oh, it's in two
inside
hands.
that boiler room, could she be the one with the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too. Wounded herself?
Did we not already
agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin? Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one
hand? No, that's wrong!
No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are two handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer, so it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room. Wolfgang Akire.
The hell are you talking about? Wolfgang, carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you? Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. You'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find, either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury.
She can cover it up with makeup.
But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
Huh?
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view. After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
I got it.
Her talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
No. No. But I...
Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana basically just confessed!
What?
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense, though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you're saying. Diana, she lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him. And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her. Yeah! How cruel!
Diana, you...
It wasn't me! I promise. It wasn't me.
I want her to be the
To
killer.
think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
What does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is.
Please tell me it's not closed.
If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote.
No!
That's right, we have to vote for the killer. Then I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she is the killer. Proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so...
No!
Why is it that when I hear her cry, I get a strange nagging feeling in my chest? There's a tiny part of me who want to believe the things she's saying. Why all of a sudden do I doubt myself?
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
Yes.
Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
No.
Then she fled the crime scene.
Holy shit.
Hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana?
No, she didn't.
Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
No, she didn't.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
Yes.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
No, she isn't. They don't know how to prove it.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
No,
Then she fled.
that's it.
Hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
That's it. It can be immediately because...
Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
Game tournament time.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
What?
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately. Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately. Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
No, that's wrong!
Because of the time on the note, yeah. True.
Hold on. Grace, you're overlooking a crucial detail. Do you recall the note I found in Wolfgang's blazer pocket? It asked him to meet in the boiler room at 8:15 a.m. But, according to the Tozu tablet, he died over an hour later at 9:35 a.m. That means Wolfgang didn't die right after he got to the boiler room.
What's your point?
My point is that the killer had no reason to lure Wolfgang to the boiler room and then wait over an hour to kill him. There's no guarantee another person won't enter the room during that time. It's in the killer's best interest to be in and out of there as fast as possible. When we originally discussed the note, we lacked the context to properly understand this time discrepancy. But if we go with your idea that Diana killed Wolfgang immediately, then that discrepancy becomes all too clear.
How do you know Wolfgang didn't just arrive late?
He was already on his way when I ran into him at 8:10 a.m. He must have arrived on time.
Same goes for the killer. I doubt Wolfgang would stay in the boiler room for long if no one came to meet him. For that reason, we can assume Wolfgang was knocked unconscious soon after he arrived. But there's such a long period of time between him being knocked out and him being killed. Unless you want to tell me he and Diana were in an hour-long struggle, then I'm sure there's more to the mystery here.
Yes.
Shut the fuck up!
I won't shut up. It's not Diana.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you see this as a trick? All of Diana's blubbering and crying is just a farce to make us think she's innocent.
I wouldn't fall for a farce like that. My only concern is the evidence not adding up.
If you're still not convinced Diana is the killer, then let me show you something you overlooked. I call it undeniable fucking proof!
Okay.
I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her? give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her? I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her? I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her? I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her? I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her? I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her?
Oh, I need to advance.
If Diana lured Wolfgang downstairs, why would she take over an hour to kill him? It doesn't make sense. Not when there's a risk of someone else entering the boiler room.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door. Boom. Look at that. No intruders. Now take your argument and shove it up your ass. What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door.
I'll cut through those words.
The boiler room door can't be relied upon here. If Diana locked it, she would be trapping herself inside the boiler room.
What?
The doorknob has been flipped so that the keyhole faces inside, while the lock faces outside. Had you investigated the crime scene more closely, you might have realized this detail sooner. In any case, locking the door would lock everyone inside the room, not outside. If Diana was the killer, she'd be better off leaving the door open.
How the heck do you even flip a doorknob? Sounds like something only a tradesperson could do.
Meh. You really think so? Swapping a doorknob is easy. Well, last time I did anything like it was a while ago, but everyone here knows knobs are screwable, right? If you get a screwdriver and know what you're doing, you can rotate a doorknob quick smart.
If you can swap a doorknob, then I guess anyone can.
Right on. Wait, are you saying that like it's a bad thing, or?
Is that why Diana remained in the boiler room after Wolfgang died?
What do you make of the footsteps then? If they were Diana's, it would imply she escaped the boiler room.
Hannah's way of escaping the boiler room, huh? From the evidence in the boiler room, I'm fairly confident I can deduce the method. Card. Oh.
This is it.
Ah, yeah.
near the boiler room door, I discovered a thin piece of metal. At first glance, it didn't look important, but if you were to fold it in half, theoretically, it would look like a hairpin.
Ah, she used the classic maneuver, picking a lock with a hairpin. It can be done, it just takes a bit of practice.
Diana probably had this hairpin inside her makeup bag, so she used it to fiddle with the lock until it eventually came undone, which, judging by the timing of her footsteps, happened late into the blackout.
Messing with a lock in pitch blackness. Whew, now that would be impossible for me.
Right. Even if Diana did access light, like through the Tozu trinket, undoing the lock would still be difficult. Way too difficult of a situation to deliberately put herself in.
In which case, that can mean only one thing. Someone else locked the door.
I got it.
Someone else must have locked the door.
What?
If we go with our current train of thought, the doorknob was rearranged so you could only lock it from the outside. It doesn't make sense for Diana to rearrange the lock, enter the room, and deliberately trap herself inside, which means someone else must have locked the door. I know this doesn't necessarily clear Diana's suspicion, but it's strange enough to warrant further investigation.
I'd rather resolve this thread before we move on to voting.
Man, John ist so ein cooler Charakter.
Agreed. We could easily miss something important if we turn our noses away.
So, why did this mystery person close the door in the first place?
What if they saw the scuffle between Wolfie and Diana and closed the door to protect themselves?
Instead of seeking help? Or trying to stop the scuffle?
You say that like closing the door isn't exactly what you would do.
What kind of asshole do you take me for?
Any chance they locked it to prevent Diana from escaping?
And somehow unscrewed the doorknob without drawing attention to themselves?
Didn't you hear him? He's talking about the door being locked, not the doorknob being unscrewed.
Unless two entirely different people just so happen to interfere with the boiler room at two entirely separate intervals. The one who locked the door is most likely the one who flipped it, yes?
Yes.
Then you should be wondering the same thing. How did they unscrew the doorknob without catching anyone's attention?
Yeah, doesn't sound possible.
Not in the moment, it isn't. But what if the doorknob had been swapped beforehand? Say this person knew Wolfgang and Diana were coming to the boiler room. They could have swapped the knob in advance, waited for Diana and Wolfgang to enter, and then closed and locked the door.
So the flipping of the doorknob was premeditated?
With what we currently know, I'd wager it's our safest assumption, at least until we hear Diana's side of the story.
Diana, since you were the last person with Wolfgang, your testimony could be our most valuable piece of evidence yet. You need to tell me what happened. If not for me, or for you, then at the very least, do it for Wolfgang's sake.
I'm sorry. I'm really I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay, but all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession, or?
No!
Huh?
I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did. But I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
Diana watched Wolfgang die.
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
It's looking like Diana might actually be innocent. It's looking like that, but I can feeling my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it, what am I doing? As of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. I can't piece together my own thoughts. How can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of this killer. Whatever is thrown at me next, I need to resolve. Because if I don't, if everyone else here votes wrong, I won't leave this place alive.
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy? Perhaps you need a short break. Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself. Something like a nice cup of tea. Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time. If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip. Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything? Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music! Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tags. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue to challenge it all the same. That they can be so determined to prove their worth, when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meals. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time. No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling you'll be back for tea sooner than you can say Jack Robinson. Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea. Ta-ta!
Diana, now's your chance to defend yourself.
Ich werde kurz speichern. Wir machen mal weiter.
Tell me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was 'cause of a note.
A note?
2 days ago, someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well, I'll just read you what it said.
Diana, as you are aware, it is our obligation to speak with those whose blackmail we have obtained. To resume your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting between the two of us is warranted. 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 AM. Make sure to arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about it either, even in private. There's always the chance someone can hear. Wolfgang.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right. Even though Wolfgang's note has been water damaged.
Handwriting analysis is a pseudoscience, by the way.
Scroll as Diana's here.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier. Because I was scared of how people would try to twist it. Like saying I faked the note, or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am. I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang, in case he really did write the note, which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No. It was just me. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit, but I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark. So the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him. Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even notice me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
What do you mean?
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look, there's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But, okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform, the part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over, and he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer, and I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together, all right? I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow... somehow I didn't think to react. When he reached inside his blazer.
Bring her back. Bring her back!
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with, and that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun? Did you use it?
I took the taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until everyone knows me as...
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it. His body cracking against the pavement. And his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain. For him to groan or mumble or say something. But there was nothing. There was just me and the... That's how it happened.
What the fuck?
That man.
Oh my goodness, Diana, I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
Why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
No matter how hard I tried and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. Would Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment?
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out. To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Lucky that nothing got stuck in it. By the way, I actually can lockpick. Just not with hairpins.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors. That's like hitting a bullseye blindfolded.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs. So that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with.
It was to frame Diana, right?
Right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her, and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room. By which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know, did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark. So I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it, and stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut, though, and some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
It's the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light. I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second.
Reaching into her makeup bag, Diana pulled out a wipe and began scrubbing at her arm.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Holy crap!
That's awful! It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room!
I don't believe Jean meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang literally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
I mean, yeah, he was injected with something, you know?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters. Or the
Such a
feeling
great
of being
character.
tortured. If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now, what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
Substance-induced?
Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate. Aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Oh no! Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
The pharmacy, obviously! Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang.
Don't think it's Toshiko. Doesn't fit the time frame.
Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys! And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
That's rich coming from you!
It's just as I predicted, exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way for murder. Should I have made more of an attempt to stop people from exploring? Back then all I did was cautious, yet determined expressions. The students entered the newly opened pharmacy. Giving everyone unrestricted extra medication sounded like a disaster in the making. Telling already evoked the group's ire after speaking my mind before I wasn't able to make the same mistake twice. Just stay quiet, let them do their thing. And again, nobody would have listened to me. Especially not with Wolfgang in control.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging.
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline of events, and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me. I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. If you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
Meaning don't know Wolfgang is drugged may validate Diana's testimony. Question is, how did the killer drug him?
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
I bet the killer took a pill.
Now, a pill ain't...
I bet the killer took a pill
and forced Wolfgang to swallow it. Just jab him at that point. How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him. Did the killer
knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
I don't know what jab means, to be
Didn't the
honest.
killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection
of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
I bet the killer
took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it. Just jab him.
I got it.
Okay, jab means what I want to.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, it was mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck. During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. But knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out if Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m. Then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around. Only when they had him right where they wanted, dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Jean.
When Nona and I were in our dorm room together.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone can be accounted for, we really can't discern a suspect.
So, we're back to square one?
Someone here must be lying.
And doesn't plan to stop.
Miss over here. Is there a part of this mystery we are getting wrong? Could be we are overlooking something. So it out as having no relation to the murder because the wires don't touch the water. Position of it, the fact that it's destroyed, the timing of the blackout. And coincidence is easy to wave off, but when it's coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, then there's something more going on. There's something more to the generator.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it possible the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time? But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead, which we did. As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
I won't give up. Everyone knows me as... Suddenly everything turned right. Everything in front of me except Wolfgang. Just a few seconds he became pitch black. Then so did everything else.
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout. Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Oh no. Why is she getting
Diana
nervous?
said she never used the taser, though.
Then she's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you. Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired. I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like, sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to find later.
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything else.
Murder weapon. It's possible there's a third source of electricity we haven't considered yet. Am I grasping at straws for thinking something like that?
Anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Huh?
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial. The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself. The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that info in mind.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be.
Most covert place? Words do make sense. After all, it shows to me it was in the boiler room for the very same reason.
Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun, but where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete. Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
So we have to figure out what destroyed the generator? What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Oakley dokley. All right, everyone. Let's put our thinking hats on. If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure. Ready? On your marks, get set, go! Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the taser was involved. That's...
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical
fault. So, a coincidence? Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence? Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode? Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy,
which caused
everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the taser was in...
No, that's wrong! Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you didn't consider. The shrapnel in the water.
You mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion due to their proximity to the generator. It's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
Except this debris is a completely different color and lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else, which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
And floating near it was another out-of-place item.
This is it. In the water was also an extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Huh? Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside Storage Closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage Closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. but I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Probably something involving the generator, given its proximity to the cord.
Same thing with the red bits, even though we don't know what they are.
Right, the red shrapnel. Ideas and debris left by the generator, so what exactly is it? So from the frame body wound can we directly tie to the shrapnel? At least not any of the clues that have already been discussed on this trial. I had to flip my thinking and consider the clues we haven't discussed yet. There's no proof. What I have in mind is related to the shrapnel, but when all the options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one that hasn't. One thing the mysterious shrapnel might be related to. Smell, I guess. Yeah.
This is it. Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues. During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice, but when I did, well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Mm-hmm. 'Tis a sign a chemical reaction was at play.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal, or fruits, or eggs. I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us, the shrapnel.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes... When we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
I got lots of metallic objects in my dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
Slabs of metal, why does that sound so familiar? Oh, that's right. What Ingrid said just now, similar to what she said the night everyone began bunking together. Guess this would explain my room too. It's littered with all sorts of fancy tools and metal. Time people are talking about their dorm rooms being themed around their talent. Could the shrapnel actually be the remnants, the unique device that guy boasted about having in his room? The only way to know for sure is to put you on the spot. Really?
It has to be you! Jet, I need to ask you something.
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes, you name it. Oh, I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning speedster.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Cool. So, why'd you want to know? Unless Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I? No. Don't try to rope me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
I know you don't. You have an alibi. The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
Mark.
And lithium? That's an explosive substance. If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion, though?
I did.
Really?
During the tournament. Right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. There was a boom.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet, were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging.
Mark.
The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries?
So it can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Pretty much.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think, once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like. All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight into poor Wolfie.
There's warning labels on the battery for a reason.
Okay. If the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded. That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
Mark through the wind.
Huh. Good point. We can rule out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student. And Diana.
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room, so unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery, then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
I didn't throw the battery! I promise!
Shrapnel and generator too close for comfort, they must be correlated. Admit that Diana throwing battery is a possibility, but that's all it is, a possibility. May still be another way for the battery to enter the water and then to have ruled that out. Set it for a couple just yet. Vent!
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut! Lifting a battery would hurt too much!
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
But he's quick to say the battery was thrown, but when I consider the room in which objects the killer could have leveraged, that person considers impossible. Stats is not anything but.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut! Lifting a battery would hurt too much!
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator. Not the hardest shot to make.
Is Eva always so wrong?
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut! Lifting a battery would hurt too much! Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though. The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water. A few inches from the generator. Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. Then, if the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
My arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries.
Pretty lightweight, though. The battery clearly couldn't have fallen
From somewhere.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps
something akin to what Eva described? If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun? Maybe it's a red herring. Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water. A few inches from the generator. Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana
could have thrown it in the
water.
I don't get it yet.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
the battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen
from somewhere.
No, that's wrong!
Yeah, from the generator.
No. The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
What makes you say that?
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot, which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except the generator.
Are you saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
It's on top, but maybe.
The killer might have used a similar...
Is the tablet in your example a stand-in for the battery?
Well, yeah.
I see. And what object is the...
Suspended?
I got it! The battery may have been suspended over
with
the generator.
Power cord, I guess.
Suspended over.
Suspended by something in the presence of dead items starts to make a lot more sense.
This is it. The killer could have tied the extension cord around the battery and slung the battery over the generator. If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, It would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than leaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm was bleeding.
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord. So, what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord
Toshiko.
instead.
Something like...
Yeah, it wasn't.
Object.
I got it.
Throughout this trial, we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another. If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord. But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh, my head's starting to spin.
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
To keep the cord in place. Imagine the cord and the battery it's tied around and one of the generator and same spot where the sharpener is surfaced.
This is it.
The killer tied the cord to the vent.
What vent?
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember some light shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
Ich würde kurz mal zwischenspeichern.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Ava helped me reach the vent,
By?
letting me sit on her shoulders.
Quite the visual.
Und drop it in.
Anyway, if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters. 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
Now, Toshiko. If I can have greatly reduced the length of the cord by doing that.
I got it.
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining. Which is a good thing, because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by. So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
So much effort.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
How simple. Just in the cord's position. The killer would need to utilize a certain aspect of the boiler room. Swan.
This is it. Like I mentioned earlier, I gave the vent a close look after originally waking up in the boiler room. Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system. To prevent the battery from entering the water, the vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move.
My fingers want to grate directly in front of me. I pulled as hard as I could.
A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one. Which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water. When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components, which in turn causes electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang, who is standing in the water.
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
The boiler room vent.
Funny. Earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room, since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
And she has a point. I've been assuming the cord is tied to the boiler room vent. If I had to consider a ventilation shaft, it becomes considerably harder to reach the boiler room vent if you have to reach down that shaft first. Just that, I never tested to see if the boiler room vent can be opened inwards. I only got it to open outwards. I had logic event on the opposite side of the shaft.
This could only mean one thing. The killer never tied the cord to the boiler room vent. They tied the cord to the dining hall vent.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction, especially since they can't be opened all the way, there's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grates. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right, when you described opening the boiler room vent.
I think I want to grate it directly in front of me. I pulled as hard as I could.
If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Exactly. After which, you can slide the cord through the ventilation shaft and out the opposite end for the killer to then go and tie to the...
Actually...
Actually...
Hello?
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
Back to discussing this again? Never mind, I'll find a way to combat this argument just like countless times already.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
It might have made sense if it went for one fated flaw.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them are.
I'll cut through those words!
If you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through. You just need to start with the internal plug. The cords in Storage Closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord? This is crazy.
I just ace attorney my way through.
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
Since the battery was suspended over the generator, it's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did. Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the killer's intention.
The killer kept her on the platform?
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water. Although, even if Diana did die, the moment people realized only she and Wolfgang entered the boiler room, they'd probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Huh?
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
Yeah.
What?
Mark.
No way!
One of the tournament attendees is the killer. And how did I not realize sooner? The fact the killer could have accessed the vent means they must have been in the dining hall at the time of Wolfgang's
We can
murder.
reduce it down to 8 people. Damon, Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy, Jed, Mark, and John.
I like how I knew.
It was probably Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me! I was playing a game with Damon when the lights went out.
I had to play music.
Me too.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
I was spectating as well.
Me too.
Me 3. And Cass 2, I think? I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
Near the right wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
Seems like someone is lying again.
Tournament participant who flipped the vent. To do so, the person is by determining everyone's positions directly before the blackout. Problem is, I myself have been totally preoccupied with the game. Never got a good look at the actual people around me. Never got a good look. Wait, is that it? Never got a good look at the others. I can still deduce their general positions and if they were near me. What? From wherever or not I heard them. Damon think. What did I hear back then? Was you. The person I never heard was you. But that's because he doesn't speak, right? You know, that's because of him not speaking. I got occurred. Oh, okay. He was watching. Please don't be... let it be her. I think he was also watching. She was as well. No, not him. She probably as well. Don't let it be her, please. Please don't. No.
It has to be you!
No. Why?
The killer is Ava.
Huh?
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for. Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing a game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad. And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the game. Everyone. Except Ava. In fact, the last I saw her, she was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
So Ava flipped the vent?
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me. I was just doing what I was told.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
Care to contribute anything, Eva?
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
While you aren't technically wrong, I don't think that counts as an argument.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
What plot holes?
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord. If I'm the killer, how did I dispose of it?
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
Yeah, you got me there.
Did Eva get rid of the cord? That's possible if she knew to untie it at the right time.
I got it. To dispose of the cord, you just untied it during the blackout.
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have easily practiced untying the knot in advance. Or she just made it a really simple knot. Either way, it wouldn't be any more difficult than untying your shoelaces with your eyes closed.
If Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Diana's testimony says as much.
It does?
During your confrontation with Wolfgang, you recounted hearing certain sounds.
Not like you. I never be like you. I give up until the world knows. I won't give up. Till I'm known as... Suddenly everything turned white. Everything in front of me except Wolfgang. In 2 seconds he became pitch black. And so did everything else.
The first sound was obviously the battery exploding. And the second, when you first recounted the story, you said it was the sound of the knife hitting the water. But why would a thin knife make such a big splash?
Then, do you think...
What really caused that sound was probably the extension cord falling into the water.
When you say it that way, it does seem likelier.
I should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the Tozy trinkets. I should have known. I should have known only Eva fucking Sadaka would tell Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete. How did someone like her come up with something this complicated?
Her talent would give her the upper hand in all that measurement nonsense.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal. She's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet and Desmond's rooms without being noticed?
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes. I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his battery.
Right on! No one steals from me!
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the cord through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator? If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
I understand why people are doubtful, but I can't let the conversation continue like this. Eva did in fact have a way to reach the vent, or she had to use boxes.
Ava grabbed one of the boxes on the concrete platform and placed it next to the generator.
That's setting myself up. Removing a box would reduce the amount of boxes on the platform from 3 to 2.
Flexing your mathematical prowess, I see.
I'm saying Damon would have noticed if a box was missing, since there's so few of them to start with. But he never noticed anything,
Couldn't you just move the box back after using it?
then the underside of the box would be wet, which it wasn't.
This I can confirm. My notes on the box's exteriors mention nothing about watermarks.
Then I guess it's these boxes.
This is it. Ava, to reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes in the boiler room. There's already a huge pile of them near the generator itself. You could easily push one up against the machine.
Ah. She would have known about those boxes in advance, too. Since she explored the boiler room with you ahead of time.
Okay, I could have used the boxes to reach the top of the generator. And I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug. I can do both of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
Huh? Which vent are we talking about?
The dining hall one. Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be opened for the killer's trap to work. But opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Oh. Oh yeah, you're right. If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
And was closed?
See, there's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong. Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bullshit.
Can it, you four-eyed troll? You can't talk your way out of this one. The only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you and only you. Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise!
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself. After a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer. You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
She
It
didn't
seems to be pretty
participate.
good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it.
Do you have any evidence those thoughts. Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described. How so? Well,
The battery could have been tied to the
extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself. After a bit of time passes.
evidence. No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament.
No, that's wrong! No. It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament. In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the murder.
What do you mean?
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier. But the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Are you accusing me of murder again? I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. You're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Cassidy's hand is slipping through the podium.
Except neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held. The only person to determine that was Ava.
I was training my talent. I did most of my studying at 9 AM. Brain is most active and ready to absorb information around that time. I think this effect could help our video game skills. I named attorney, huh? Wouldn't be the first time. Screw it, let's do 9 AM, 1 hour after the morning announcement.
Ava knew she would be in the dining hall tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something like that on the spot?
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
So to answer a question of why neither Cassidy, Jet, nor Mark noticed the open vent, when I think back on what Cassidy told me earlier today before the tournament began, I can discern exactly when Ava opened the vent.
Ava opened the vent.
Someone.
I'm stupid.
I got it. Cassidy, you told me Ava approached you yesterday and asked to help set up the tournament. What exactly did she say?
When did I tell you this again?
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see what sort of equipment the tournament needed. After I showed her Mark's stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to help.
Back when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided what time you were going to start redecorating, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Eva really helped me out, though. She said she would stack the dining hall furniture we weren't going to use later that night. Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
All right. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably. We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms. Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
Hold the phone! If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why did I see one over in the corner this morning?
'Cause Eva pushed it there.
Eva what?
She didn't want to take part in the tournament. Just watch it from the side. That's what she told me. I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about the sofa in the upper left corner, aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through. Yeah, a vent!
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed during setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating your trap.
In what way?
Let's say Ava took a detour for the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents. After going upstairs and helping rearrange the dining hall furniture, during which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent, she heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Her talent being one of them.
She also cried and fled the scene after we found out, no?
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little? Like, to before all this Ava talk?
Why? What happened?
It's to do with the chair's position.
Chair?
You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood in front of the vent during the blackout. If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout.
Eh?
Before the blackout, it was positioned with its back to the left wall. However, when I ran over to the vent, the chair was suddenly pushed up against the northern wall, out of the vent's range. Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh man! So I totally fell for it?
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
Yeah, about that. This morning, Jet, Mark, and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m., then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving a speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
Yeah, and in turn exacerbate the effects of the other speakers. There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall. Some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be. Eva probably placed them that way to cover as much ground as possible.
Still. Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
According to Ava, she arrived around 8:10 a.m., but it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, he just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Ava seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases. Phase 1 took place in the boiler room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out the other end of the ventilation shaft. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall. The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator. All these steps combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent. Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed. So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament. That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous movement. It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
Ich speichere nochmal schnell.
How did we overlook such an obvious discrepancy?
Eva's right, standing up would look really suspicious. That's exactly why she used that to circumvent the problem. Used what? warte, halt.
This is it.
Das ist Sofa.
The location of your chair bypasses this problem entirely. To close the vent, all you need to do is set the chair to recline and reach behind you.
Set the chair to recline?
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's. With her chair in recline, Ava can easily reach down and close the vent without shifting from her position. It's not perfectly inconspicuous, but it's subtle enough to not catch most people's attention, especially those focused on watching a video game competition. Well, am I wrong?
This isn't funny. Just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up behind you without drawing attention, especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with everything we've spoken about...
Everything? Did you already forget what was said earlier? Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder. The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things? Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Fine. I'll show proof. Only you could obtain the items necessary for this murder.
Okay.
I got it. Ava, you were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boasting.
Wait, so it's all my fault? Ouch.
Since the dorms aren't locked, you could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside. The battery is lightweight too, so you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy. And as for the taser, you may not have known about its existence right away, but you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room, because you received his blackmail.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Oh, yeah. He read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the boiler room and the storage closets. He knew all sorts of things. The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
The hell are you talking about?
See? You still don't know. You still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Huh?
Eye to eye... on the
Oh,
not
she wants
killing
to
each
say
other stuff?
Damon is the killer.
On Wolfgang. Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy, and he thought I hated him the same way he did. But unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
What the?
Whoa! That's a loaded accusation!
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate just how low he can stoop. I practically risked my life pretending to be his ally. But in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness, which is why I can tell everyone that Damon has Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, gosh.
Eva, you...
Any reason you didn't tell us this earlier?
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations at the time because it could have just been his ego talking. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence on my hands.
Damon, do you have your blackmail on you? Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta do.
Did Ava really never trust me? Why then did she disclose so much to me? Why did she tell me? It's because I trust you. No, this can't be at the forefront of my mind right now. I'm on the cusp of bringing this case to a close. What Ava thinks about me shouldn't matter. She thinks about me. I took my side back at the beginning, remember? You were the only people who refused to listen to that lawyer, and you helped solve the mystery behind that whole case. No one thanked you though. I'm really sorry about how things turned out. Other students wouldn't have treated you unfairly if it wasn't for me. Damn it. This entire time I've been judging the others of how trusting they are, not even realizing, just blindly following the words of a stranger. And now everyone here, they're gonna hold this blackmail crap against me even more than if I had just come forward earlier. And so what choice do I have? One will let the discussion continue unless I tell the truth.
Fine. I'll show it. But only the picture. As requested.
Those words I retrieved the envelope from my pocket. Pulled out the photo.
He's married?
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then? His parents?
I mean, why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, these two people must be his parents. Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports. In 2001, he wasn't even born yet.
But why his parents? Are they being held against their will?
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
Some things are better left unsaid.
For the record, I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was always brave in the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act likewise.
Oh, he's lying.
Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person. Wolfgang challenged all of us to be better people. And maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his challenge.
Don't listen to him! He's trying to divert everyone from the truth.
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye,
Such piece of shit.
His talent never wavered. Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does! He does want bloodshed! We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer! Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about having!
But wasn't Damon playing?
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me, or anything else.
It is odd that we place faith in a man who does not have faith in us. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone? Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened, and multiple people can vouch for us.
Not to mention, the things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd arrive at the same conclusion anyway.
Depends who you mean by we.
Then, you all still think I'm the killer?
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
Don't just say it like that!
Ouch! My ears!
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
Drop what?
The battery! Damon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room? It's not as if I could listen out for her. The music speakers are too loud. And the dining hall has no clocks, so it'd be impossible for me to know if it was 8:45 a.m.
Right. Only Mark's DJ pad had a clock.
Maybe Ava asked Mark for the time.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke! I never even got up from my chair! Besides, How could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway? If you can't explain how I knew when to drop the battery, then shut up and stop accusing me!
Makes a decent point. How did she drop the battery in time? Did it just rely on chance? No, it doesn't seem like the entire plan fails at the timing. If the timing isn't right. I don't think if my years of debate have taught me anything, I need to look at this from another angle. Just to be sure. Seems like there's a hard minigame. I just take it from the top while assuming Ava's the killer. Oh, it's just this minigame. Check the time she guessed she heard Diana enter. She guessed.
You...
I don't know. She checked the time. She saw.
I got it. The only way the killer would have known when to spring their trap was by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear anything over.
So where did she watch Diana from? There are only two possible places. Yeah.
Trying to look into the boiler room through the vent.
Oh, I'm good. Camera.
This is it. It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room was by using the school cameras.
Say what?
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
How did actually see what was happening to the security cameras? What would Ava need access to? She would have to be some sort of screen. Screen, huh? Think back on all the various clues we've discussed, I can't pinpoint anything which could provide an answer to that question. It's like deja vu, isn't it? All other options I ruled out, I can only turn towards the one which still remains. One thing we've yet to discuss. It's time we bring an end to what you started. But over worst, this one will be your final lie. Argument altercation. This game, you and your opponents battle each other in a bullet hell extravagance. Dodge your opponent's attacks, shoot down their argument and solve the case. Movement, mega bullet, noise bullet, focus. Noise bullet, spacebar, white bullets which can destroy statements. 90% increase Damon's mega bullet gauge and weakens the opponent's shield. That's like green, it can pierce attacks and deal damage. Shift. This focus shift is loaded but temporarily. One will fire their own bullets, be sure to use your abilities strategically to avoid damage. They will also make statements of their own, which appear as orange text. Okay. Okay. I don't have much left.
Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill any? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill any... It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. It's I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill any... It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone?
I didn't know I couldn't forward.
Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I... Damon, I thought you trusted me. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. I didn't see it. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I... I didn't see anything. Why would I... I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed... Ouch! It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Ow! It's Damon. Why won't you believe me? Why would I... This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I... It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? I just want... I didn't see anything. I didn't see it. It's Damon who's suspicious.
What?
I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't...
I don't like this mini game.
It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? 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 There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. Who... I didn't see any... Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's... I didn't see anything. I just wanted to... I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? I thought you trusted me. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. It's ouch. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. I didn't see and this isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. Ouch! I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill and It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. Why would I? This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares?
You hate this game.
This isn't fair. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? Ouch! There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This is... Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. Why would I kill any... I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. I didn't see any... It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? Ouch! Damon, I thought you trusted me. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't... Why would I kill... Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see any... It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. Why won't you believe me? This isn't fair. I didn't see it. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camp? Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
I wonder how long this will take.
I didn't see
Doesn't
anything.
seem that good. For me.
It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why?
Good thing is she has kinda
There's
large
no proof I
hitboxes,
killed
so I
Wolfgang.
can take advantage of that, I guess.
This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? Ouch! This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. I thought you trusted me. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I? Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Ow! It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. Why won't you believe me? I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see any. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything.
God. Dusk
I
minigame.
didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. I didn't see. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see any. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I thought you trusted me. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. It's There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. I just want. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? Why won't you believe me? I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the... Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. There's no proof... Why would I kill anyone?
This could take an hour.
This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything.
I already want to reset this one.
Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? Ouch! Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? Why would I... This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed... This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. Damon, I thought you trusted me. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Ugh. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Ugh. I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. I didn't see. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. Ugh. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? Ugh. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I did. Why won't you believe me? I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camp? Who cares about the camp? I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. Ugh! Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? How could I access the security camera? Shut up! I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's this isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill? This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camp? There's no proof I killed Wolf. This isn't fair. I didn't see any. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. How could I access the security camera? I didn't see any. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's ouch. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. Ow! I told you so.
Das.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see... Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. Ouch! This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolf. Damon, I thought you trusted me. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill... Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to... Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill any... This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. Who cares? This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. Why would I kill any... There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolf. Why would I kill any... Who cares about the It's Damon
Why
who's
won't
suspicious.
you believe me?
I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. Ouch! How could I access the security camera?
It's over, Ava.
The thing I thought from the beginning, but
No!
yeah,
Don't kill me!
it was just too slow.
What you said was true, Ava. Whether or not the trap works depends on if the killer can see inside the boiler room.
Yeah.
Which begs the question, how does the killer see inside? They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent. Everyone in the dining hall would notice. Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible. From this particular angle. If I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely undone.
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Little does she know that in ruling out that factor, she's led me straight to another. A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room. An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out. The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
Ava had a game console?
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved. Or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
Are you saying she saw inside the boiler room using the console?
So we played live footage of the room?
Sounds like a stretch.
If I'm wrong, Ava should be able to prove her innocence. Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Huh?
I don't think she has the console on her, dude.
She has to. She never had an opportunity to slink away and dispose of it.
What about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most. Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair. Between then and now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate the dining hall and the dorms respectively. However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them, so I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms.
And the janitor closet? That room has been locked for days now. She obviously couldn't hide the console there.
Which means it must still be on her person. Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, you can take it out right now and show everyone its contents.
What are you waiting for? Quit hiding the stupid thing and show it!
You're just trying to make me look bad. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me. You're jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Hey, calm down.
Why not just pull out the console?
Yes, show us the console and then you'll be done with this.
No!
Eh?
I don't have to show anyone anything.
That's the most suspicious thing you could say.
It's not suspicious. I'm telling the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if you won't reveal this?
Now that I think back on it, Ava had been staring at her console the entire tournament. I thought it was weird, coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in her dorm.
Well, where did she obtain this console? We should discuss those details before continuing any more with these accusations.
She said she won it from Tozu's gachapon.
Seems natural he would stock that machine with dangerous items. With this being a killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer, there's no need to sort out the facts further. Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
That's such twisted logic. You're going to vote for me without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
There's no need to be completely sure, if no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer, I'll go through the case one last time, and once all the pieces are laid out for everyone to see, I'll prove she's the killer, once and for all.
Okay. Blackout. And closing events. Game over, wow.
This is how it happened. This case was directly incited by the motive Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail. Amidst the chaos that spawned, the killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder. They sent letters to two people, Wolfgang Akide, who they planned to kill, and Diana Venezia, who they planned to frame. Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time. Wolfgang's letter told him to arrive at 8:15 a.m., while Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45 a.m.
The messages threatened to expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
At this point, the killer probably knew the way they were going to kill Wolfgang. Hence, how they reacted to this next piece of information. The following morning, it was revealed that Cassidy and Jet were going to hold a game tournament.
The point was for people to spend time together and not think murdery thoughts. But little did we know, a would-be killer was lurking nearby. And how? The killer emboldened their own plans and made it so the tournament would happen at 9 a.m.
Did you just agree with yourself?
Both Wolfgang and Diana turned down the offer, which must have been music to the killer's ears, since it confirmed their plan was working. The killer took this as a sign to commence the next phase of their plan. Later that evening, they went downstairs to the boiler room and began preparing the murder weapon.
Though it might be more accurate to call it a murder mechanism. The killer wrapped an extension cord as tightly as they could around a car battery, which had been stolen from Jet's room. I imagine the battery must have been sitting on top of the generator. Wouldn't want to risk an explosion by bringing lithium too close to the water.
The killer avoided opening the boiler room vent for this segment, probably because they knew I'd remember it being closed originally.
A crucial part of the killer's plan would involve sliding the cord through the boiler room vent and out the other end into the dining hall. So they could then walk upstairs to the dining hall and tie the protruding part of the cord to the dining hall vent.
Funnily enough, the killer was going to be needed in the dining hall very shortly.
Yeah, to help Cass and me rearrange the dining hall's furniture. We were saving the whole thing for next morning, but they convinced us to do it that night instead.
Their intentions were threefold. Create an alibi, hide the vent with a piece of furniture, and then open the vent in secret. After which, they'd return to the boiler room and suspend the battery over the generator.
Which brings us to today. Knowing better than to head downstairs without protection, Wolfgang went to the kitchen and armed himself with a knife. Toshiko didn't notice a knife on him when the two met in the hallway, so he must have hidden it in his blazer.
Wolfgang arrived inside the boiler room at 8:15 a.m., exactly like his letter requested. As he was waiting, the killer snuck up behind him.
And he got smacked right in the head with that steel rolling pin and crumpled like paper.
A syringe was then used to inject Wolfgang with a sleeping drug, ensuring he would remain in the boiler room until Diana arrived.
The killer might have, left the taser on the floor around this time.
Yeah, the taser they swiped from my dorm. They must have decided to raid the place after receiving my blackmail. If I'd heard about the taser sooner, I could have gotten rid of it, as well as whatever else my blackmail supposedly mentions.
Save the angsting for later, will you?
Anyway, back on topic. Wolfgang was left to lie in the partially flooded area of the boiler room, while the killer ran upstairs to help set up Mark's music equipment.
They didn't care about the equipment. They just wanted to put a speaker next to the vent, because it would drown out the fight which was going to happen later.
Don't forget the digital clock! They wanted to get there before that became available. Don't need people knowing what time you actually arrived.
My letter said to meet at 8:45 a.m., so that's when I got to the boiler room. I made sure to close the door behind me, just as the message told me to.
Bad idea. Killer flipped the doorknob so that the lock was on the outside instead of the inside. You locked yourself in!
The room was really dark too. I didn't even see the suspended battery, only the blinking security camera. And then, Wolfgang. He got up on his feet all of a sudden, and he started crying and saying these weird things. I tried to keep him calm and asked him to come over to me, which he actually did. But the very next second, he attacked me with his knife.
The drugs probably gave him a frightening hallucination, and he perceived you as a threat.
He was screaming at me, and I was screaming back. No one from the tournament could hear us over the music. At one point, I even picked up the taser, but then I threw it back down again.
And that's when the killer decided it was time. Having set their chair to recline, they were able to casually reach down and close the vent behind them. This lowered the extension cord, causing the car battery to enter the water and discharge a huge amount of electricity. Wolfgang, who was still standing in the water, was electrocuted instantly. The battery itself exploded upon reacting with the water, which the killer was likely banking on as a way to destroy evidence. All of this happened right under my nose. No one could have guessed that someone present at the tournament was committing murder.
The explosion also damaged the generator and caused the blackout. Everyone ended up stumbling around in the dark.
Not for long, though. We quickly came back to our senses and agreed to look for a backup generator on the underground floor.
I used a hairpin to unlock the boiler room door and ran outside, but you guys had already made it downstairs.
That's when you say you ducked around a corner and out of sight. Only after everyone went inside the closets did you then dash upstairs.
It's a good thing she did. Otherwise, we'd have found her alone in her room with Wolfgang's dead body. We would have wrongly assumed Diana was the killer, and died as a result. This complicated scheme calls to mind only one person. One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair. That person is you, Ava Tsunaka. It's over, Ava. We know the truth.
It's not fair. This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
My blood is rushing!
Wonderful, brilliant, spectacular. You have seen beyond the fool lies of the second mathematician.
Well done.
No. I still have it on auto. Of the scorned mathematician that delivered the honorable truth, and with it and aplomb the swerve of praise. Only to reward your success with. Why is Damon saying that?
This isn't funny.
Can you shut up? Tozu's mad ramblings, the trial room had gone completely silent. Everyone was either staring at the floor or sneaking nervous glances at each other. It's not Damon saying this, that's Tozu. I understand the reason for this fuzzy atmosphere. You found out who done it, so now you wish to know why done it.
Such a spoil sport.
Very well, every murder mystery needs a motive, and I would be loath to break tradition at this stage. The name card is wrong. And it's also not Damon.
There must be something.
Yeah, why did you do this? Just why?
Come on.
That's also not Damon. Come on, speak up, you have nothing to lose. Hi, Flo. That's not Damon. Trust Tozu. Tozu made me do it.
This is
also not Damon.
You.
Also not Damon. Been working with Tozu this entire time.
Such
Guten Morgen. Also not Damon. Me and her. Oh please. If her plan was to secretly infiltrate a killing game, she wouldn't have given herself such an attention-grabbing ultimate title.
Rubbish.
I mean seriously, ultimate liar talk about on the nose. No, Ava's just as much of a kidnapper as the rest of you.
Son of a bitch!
Shut up, you let her get away with breaking the rules, that's proof enough you're in cahoots.
Holy!
Ava broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up school fucking property.
Fuck you!
Why the fuck was I punished for chunking a rocket to camera, but Ava wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator? Shit, is Ava the exception that we was talking about? Desmond tapped the screen on his trinket and conjured a familiar square-shaped hologram. For a few swipes of his finger, I located the killing game's rules. Okay, yeah, everyone take a look at the second rule. Yay, banning bots. Second, students are not allowed to vandalize any efficient killing game properties such as the cameras and the Tozu trinkets. Exceptions may apply. You see how it says exceptions may apply at the end? Since Ava wasn't punished for breaking the generator, could that mean she counts as an exception?
Stop lying!
Are you gonna explain how, or are you just trying to be a fucking contrarian?
This looks bad.
If I had to make a guess, it's probably because Ava destroyed the generator while committing a murder.
What's all this about?
Saying Ava has special privileges? I think it's more like her method of murder was what destroyed the generator. I mean, the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is why Ava was executed for breaking it.
Down.
Yeah, that can actually be the reason, can it? Oh, die Name-Templates sind wieder richtig. Huh.
I see, I see.
And footwear?
Brutal!
What?
You.
I see, Ava believed she would count as an exception to the rule, which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator.
What?
She was getting shot in the head over something she just assumed.
That ain't it.
Now, before Confident ever executed the murder, she must have known for sure she wouldn't get penalized. How about it, Tozer? Did you ever share the information with her?
Me?
This big killer is much like a hungry seeker, ready to pounce upon the slightest cup of substance. The mere application of a loophole ignites the sense, and there is desperate people always do. Shred their dignity in pursuit of confirmation. So to answer your question, yes, Ava approached me with the same question your friends are asking now. And yes, I confirmed their suspicions were true.
Not okay!
Seriously, that's so unfair. Yeah, answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. You never asked the professor for help on assignment. Sure, your professor won't do the work for you, but they will be happy to clear any confusion you might have. And why did Ava say you made her kill Wolfgang? Suppose you could say Ava and I made a deal. Deal? What kind of deal? The deal to begin the killing game.
Impossible!
Eh? Change for agreeing to perform the first kill, she would receive a special perk. The traitor perk.
Holy!
What do you mean traitor perk? Is it the tablet Ava has? I mean, she refused to show it to us when we asked. Mind you that a host cannot simply hand over a traitor perk to anyone who asks. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must first earn it.
That was very...
You mean earn it? You recall that little tidbit I shared with you about the pharmacy? Now the one about the secret lurking inside? See, a very interesting secret is lurking beyond the store. Secret, were you referring to the traitor perk? Indeed I was. When I said a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant that quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel and a pin pad. Aber nicht, da kommen die Bots. Ja. Pin pad? Oh gosh, you're talking about the big door in front, tucked behind the shelf? She was hiding the traitor perk all along. Why did Ava figure out the password to the pin pad though? She entered a bunch of random numbers until it, like, finally worked?
Well,
What did the code word a thousand of potential combinations, unless Ava got that unbelievable luck. The chances of her guessing the code in only a few days is extremely unlikely.
How?
Where did she get access to a traitor perk? The numbers to unlock the pin. How did Ava figure them out? There's only one way. Only one way I could see her obtaining the correct answer. It's to do with the poster, isn't it? Mysterious poster in the pharmacy. What poster are you?
Well done.
Ding, correct. Yes, hidden inside one of the pharmacy's rooms is a poster which reveals the code to the pin code.
For real?
No.
Can the poster reveal the code though? Or is it just 1010? I knew it had to be important somehow. None of the visuals made sense, which is exactly why it caught my attention. I didn't know what to do with that information, how to decipher what I was seeing.
Pathetic.
And that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen eyesight and quick thinking, she saw the poster and for what it really was. An equation. The details deceitful. This exclamations of grandeur may in fact be hints towards a certain something's nature, and that large star is standing for a coordinate plane. Das Witzige ist, ich habe sogar darüber nachgedacht, ob es das Poster sein könnte, ne? Well, not that it matters anymore. The passcode to that precious pin pad is, after all, being changed as we speak. To quote the words of my parents, the road to freedom must always be paved with obstacles.
Sick and twisted!
No way, a math equation is totally up Ava's alley. Ava, you told me you couldn't understand the poster.
I have a long face.
Of course you did. The equation is the key to the traitor's perk. Handing it over would mean handing the perk over.
Shit.
So the traitor perk was Ava's reward for solving a puzzle?
Anybody?
The heck even is the perk? You still haven't explained that yet.
Me?
I assure you, it's a very handy thing to have. See, the traitor's perk allows the owner to access the school's security cameras using a tablet. That tablet, of course, being on Ava's person right now.
Damn it.
So, I was right. Access the camera in the boiler room, which was how you saw Diana enter.
Oh, crud!
Thought it was weird Ava wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't think it was actually wired to the school cameras.
But then...
Then the reason I saw the security cameras light blinking back in the boiler room? It's because Ava was watching me?
What?
It doesn't make too much sense.
Nonsense.
But how could you negotiate with a kidnapper? Why would you have any reason to trust him? He had no choice. If I take his deal and give myself a chance to escape, or I would die here with the rest of you.
You.
That savage attitude is the reason why we've ended up in this mess. Didn't we promise to make it out of here together? he hadn't murdered one of the only people who could have handled the situation. Might have made progress on escaping. Even if I didn't kill someone else would have eventually. If they were in my position right now, they wouldn't even admit to what they've done. They would cry and snivel and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like me.
Watch it.
Honest or not, playing Toes' game was risky. We were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. That's not a gamble you should have taken.
What a joke.
We had food, we had shelter, all we had left to do was wait for our eventual rescue from this place. But
Stop it!
I would have died first. It was so obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang. His constant jeering at me over the few mistakes I'd make while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class whatever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer even without evidence. And you all would have believed him.
Whoa!
It's not...
Shut up!
Because of Wolfgang, I was isolated from everyone else. He turned me into an easy target for murder. And if I was murdered, would the rest of you even bother to find out who killed me? There's no way you would. There's no way anyone would. You're all the worst. I hope you all watch here. It's cold, man.
Really let me down.
Even if we had some rough spots, some of us still tried to get along with you. During the gaming tournament, I was fine with you joining. Think if your games were enough to give everything you did to me? None of you actually care about me, none of you. I've never been anything to anyone. What do you mean? It really is the same in here as it is out there. Always the one that people hated. Didn't choose the talent, I was just doing what others wanted. I was a prodigy student the adults wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right. I still kept being judged. Everyone else around me resented me, hated me because they wanted the love I received. Or what they thought was love. And despite all my hard work, the UTP turned me into something I never wanted to be. Even if I wanted to return to normality, it would be impossible. I stuck with this talent for life. Now when I tried to become something more than a sad joke, I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were nothing. Never could be anyone else. Never get what I deserve. But I cared.
Don't understand.
Eva, I cared about you. I don't get it.
Why?
Eva, why did you frame me? I cared for you and stood up for you whenever I could.
Don't say that!
I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you.
I don't want to.
Didn't mean anything. I still agreed with everything Wolfgang said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. Hey, is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Yeah, and you deserved it.
No. No, no, no.
Diana let out a sob and nearly fell onto her podium. Diana! Elia eyes ran over to Diana and put an arm around her shoulder.
How can you believe that?
But you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her, that's so cruel. She obviously knew what she was doing. Both the cause and time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case, so it stands to reason they would be mentioned here too. When Ava realized that, she tried to leverage it against us. Her receiving the little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder.
Shut it!
Enough of this bullshit already. There was privileged little asshole who thinks her life sucks, who cares? You took Wolfgang's life, the only thing you deserve is fucking comeuppance. I doubt she's actually telling the truth. Murdering someone because they lied about their offensive talent, even though she must know how ridiculous that sounds.
How can that be?
If I didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him?
Honestly?
It's but to escape the killing game. Not any of us were ever a threat to her. In fact, it was probably the complete opposite.
Shocking.
She thought she was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win the class trial.
My thoughts exactly.
Yes, I agree with Nona. In that case, do you reckon Eva killed Wolfgang because of his abilities as a lawyer? She has ever admitted he would have suspected her if he was here. Clearly Wolfgang was the best person to kill if she wanted to escape.
Nope.
But anyway, Ava isn't the only one who's vulnerable. There are people here with even weaker bodies and weaker minds. Anyone who's looking for an easy kill would know to target them first. Doesn't matter. If no one targeted me, I still would have died first. So, because of the perk. Tozu taught me that if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die.
What did you say?
Nonsense!
Is this true, Tozu?
Me?
Guilty as charged.
Dude, no!
No way! Tozu never told me the number of days I had left. I just said I need to kill soon. Didn't kill soon, I'd die.
This isn't fair! there?
I had to do something. Can't blame me for that. If you were in my shoes, you would have all done the same.
Worthless.
It's your own fault. You were only in that situation because you took the perk. Plus, it targeted me with the math fuzzy, offered me the perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the way I was and offered a chance to go home, I would have taken the perk too.
Stop it!
You're just a bunch of hypocrites. You just want to make me look like the villain so you feel less bad about killing me. Killing her? That's right, how could I forget? Reflecting this uncovered. Enough already. Sick of talking to the scumbag. Get on with the fucking execution, will you? Alright, the soap opera is entertaining, but I realize it's time to change the channel. Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to... I think I should save the game. You know, just in case.
Holy!
All of a sudden, the elevator behind us began to churn alive. The roar of machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors, around loud and rhythmic, like a mechanical symphony.
The show must go on.
Do not average your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of budget went into this. No, I don't. What's going on?
I won't believe.
This isn't happening. This isn't happening.
My blood is
Let the
rotting.
victor go to spoils. Hail the honorable dead, avenged at last. I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this. Your charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls.
Don't kill me!
This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. I deserve to live. And stir the hearts and minds of all those bearing witness. Ready, everyone? Let the show begin.
I want to live. I deserve to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live!
Now we present the execution of Evatsuna. Enjoy the show. Ich muss nochmal betonen, dass es ein Fangame ist, ne? Das ist so impressive, wie gemacht. Okay, warum steht sie nicht auf? Warum weicht sie nicht zur Seite aus? Okay, jetzt ergibt Sinn. Holy shit. Das ist brutal. verdammt. Das war impressive. Also das Ding ist, es war verdammt brutal, aber es ist halt auch ultra beeindruckend, was die gemacht haben. Holy shit. Ich kann es wiederholen, das ist nur ein Fangame. Das ist keine Firma, die das produziert. Das ist nur ein Fangame. My entire body had seized up. Couldn't move a single limb, couldn't say a single word. All I could do was stand and stare, my mind at a complete and total loss.
There's no way.
That's what punishment entails? Let me go home, please let me go home.
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness, talk about a heated moment. Eva put up quite a fight for a sec there. She almost had me believing we'd underestimate her.
Moving on.
Just kidding.
Damn.
Can you do this? Forcing these innocent people to kill each other?
Terrible.
So judgmental. I remind you that this is a student on student warfare? Just shut up already. Eva, why? I just need a friend. I could have been the friend you needed. Why did you do this?
I can't believe it.
I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore.
Oh, shit!
Totally gonna die here, aren't I?
Can't be like this.
Someone else is gonna die. You're here. We're all gonna be okay. Come on, repeat after me. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. Here and I'm okay. This is my reality. The of death had already been heavy on my shoulders ever since the kidney game was announced. But now it had completely enveloped me. I can't do it. Can't lie to myself again.
It's all my fault.
I'm not okay. I'm never going to be okay. Could have changed things. I could have saved her. And him, Wolfgang. If I just dragged him out of the water, I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him?
Whoa!
Diana, you had no way of knowing what was gonna come next. I was wielding a knife too. Anyone would have done what you did. Did he really bring a knife for self-defense? Usually a comment like that would have gotten a rise out of Grace, but she stayed completely silent. Can't let it end. Wolfgang's kindness, I can't let anyone forget it.
It is how it is.
Goes without saying. I'm sure everyone will remember what Wolfgang did for us. I've never thought of the lengths of my talent can go. The ability to change others' appearance to be the best version of themselves. It's always been someone else who sits in front of the mirror. I've never really put myself in their place. Diana, you okay? I can't save Wolfgang, then at the very least, maybe I can live for him.
Believe me.
Didn't do anything wrong, Diana.
Pardon me.
Yeah. I can do this. I can fulfill the life he wasn't able to live.
Like a chameleon, I will adapt. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps and continue what he wasn't able to accomplish. I'll become something new.
Tears were running down Diana's face, but her expression, somehow she looked determined. I couldn't understand it. Despite everything she's been through, she was making some silly row about continuing Wolfgang's legacy. Acting like she's a hero from a storybook. Has this girl lost her mind?
Hold on.
Wolfgang and Ava, neither of them deserved this. I won't let what happened to them happen to anyone else here.
Won't back down.
For both their sakes, I save everyone from this killing game.
You've got to be kidding me.
Take this seriously, will you?
Can this get any worse?
Seems you appears on much in the mood for heroic monologues.
Moving on.
Anyhow, it's been a long day. The crime scene has already been cleaned up, unless you have any further questions for me. You're all free to return to your dorms. So, any further questions?
Get lost.
Get lost.
Ingrates.
No. No, where have I heard that word before? No seriousness, I take that as a no.
Good evening.
Until next time, everyone. Just like last time, Tozu walked over to the throne.
Isn't this lovely?
By the way, you're safe to ride the elevator back up. We've set it back to its default mode. What you've glimpsed before was simply its punishment mode. On that ominous note, he was lowered underground. Hey guys, should we just go back to our rooms? It's about time we draw this day to a close. Good idea. People silently made their way to the elevator, horror and despair etched on their faces. It was clear today's events would not be easily forgotten. And then there was me. Everything had been ruminating over the devastating images which had been plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's murder, the trial, Eva dying right in front of me, swallowed by a pit of fire. It all retreated to the corners of my mind. The only thing I can focus on now were those five words. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. Hearing those words come from Diana after everything that happened, seeing her raise her chin and act so tall and proud just like Wolfgang once did, pissed me off. Das war ein Kapitel. Und leider existiert nur Kapitel 1 bisher. To be continued. Das ist das erste und einzige Kapitel und ich freue mich schon auf die nächsten Kapitel, die rauskommen. Es war so gut. Ich würde gerne mein Game saven, ja. Wenn es wahrscheinlich nichts bringt an dem Punkt. Ja. Würde ich den Cast noch einmal durchlaufen lassen. Und danach würde ich raiden schon tatsächlich. Es war sehr nice. Hat mich jetzt... Waren es jetzt, ich glaube 3 Streams waren es jetzt, die ich gebraucht habe, um das erste Kapitel durchzuspielen. Und 2 davon waren auch sehr lang. Also jetzt, ich bin ja fast 7 Stunden drin gewesen im Stream, das ist sehr lange für mich. Ja. War wirklich sehr, sehr gut. Ich bin sehr beeindruckt von diesem Team. Ich meine, es ist auch ein sehr großes Team, ne? Aber es ist halt immer noch keine Firma, das ist auch nur ein Fangame. Das ist so beeindruckend. Also ja, ich meine, jeder spricht Englisch von den Creatoren. Also, if any creator sees this, I thank you. It was a very great experience. I loved it. You're very competent. Impressive. Ich bin immer noch so impressed. Das ist unglaublich, dass es einfach möglich ist, so als einfach so ein Fangame das zu designen. Das ist krass. Ich freue mich so sehr auf die nächsten Teile, auch wenn ich wahrscheinlich jetzt Jahre, obwohl vielleicht nicht Jahre, aber vielleicht doch so ein Jahr warten muss. Ich weiß nicht, wie lange sowas dauert. Vielleicht haben die jetzt schon das Skript fertig geschrieben und müssen jetzt noch Artwork und vielleicht sowas machen. Vielleicht CGs, Voice Acting und so. Und noch vielleicht Skript fertig, also einzelne Skriptsachen fixen. Ein bisschen Gameplay einfügen. Ich weiß nicht, wie lange das dauert. Ich freue mich auf jeden Fall. Ich würde mich aber dann für heute verabschieden. Wir sind jetzt fast 7 Stunden im Stream drin. Hat sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Ich freue mich wirklich. Unglaublich. Und ich würde jetzt zu Yuna rüber raiden. Sie ist ein englischer Stream, deswegen dann würde man an der Stelle Englisch schreiben in dem Chat. Aber ja, ich bedanke mich fürs Zuschauen und ja. Ciao.